Hey guys, we are live now and thank you for showing up and getting some work done with me today. Today I've got 3 things that I really want to get done. I want to fix some book revisions that somebody emailed, well, they Facebook messaged me actually and said that there were some errors in my book, so I want to fix those today. And while I'm doing that, I might as well update the back matter section of my book because I didn't really have any marketing in mind when I did that. And finally, the last thing I really want to do is this month I want to plan a giveaway for my first book because I kind of didn't really do that when I launched it. So I thought since I am trying to do a little more marketing and promotion these days, a giveaway might be a good thing to start because they're just like super common in my particular niche. So we're going to jump straight into it with the first thing on my list. So here on my screen, I have the list of issues that were identified in my book. So I'm just going to make that a little bit bigger so you guys can see that. So I was not expecting this at all because I kind of put my book up and I was like, oh, it'll be nice if, you know, like just parents buy it. I didn't actually expect an actual linguist from Hong Kong would be buying it and reviewing this stuff. And honestly, with like Yuping, I'm not an expert in Yuping, and so I was relying a lot on online translators and tools to do this. And Yuping is not really something that my alpha readers, i.e. my parents, were really familiar with, and so I was really kind of prioritizing more on getting the book out with really good English text and also the Chinese characters that were correct and Chinese phrases that were, you know, they were things that a native speaker would say in Cantonese, and they weren't, you know, very obviously like written by a person using Google Translate, which I did not do for the record, but like when you're a native speaker and you didn't actually grow up in the mother country, when you speak that language, like it can be a bit like, I don't know, westernized in a sense because you're kind of using like English grammatical structures and English turns of phrases and things like that and trying to translate them back in your mother tongue. So that's kind of what I did with a lot of the things in my first draft, which is why it's so important to have alpha readers. Anyway, so this guy, he has actually bought a copy of my book, which is like awesome. And he's gone, oh, actually, I found some errors in your Ping transcription, so I'm going to send you the list of stuff that I found, and hopefully you can like update it. So here's his list. He doesn't have page numbers for me, so I am going to go and open up my list of stuff. Let's see. So here, now because this book was done a few months ago, I've actually archived all my files on my server. So let's. By the way, do not organize your files like I did because I did not really have a good file naming convention and that stuff. That's one of like my regrets for not setting up this book properly. So my files are a little bit all over the place. Let's see. So you can see when I set this up, I kind of had like separate folders for my ARCs, my audiobook, my beta reads. You have to do different covers for every single different format. So here are like all the different covers that I had. Then the ebook is its own separate thing. And then I had separate drafts for all of the interior files. And I started out doing the same interior file for KDP and IngramSpark, except then I realized that, oh, like the reason it doesn't print really nicely on KDP is because IngramSpark likes you to do picture books. Well, no, IngramSpark likes to have a 3mm white gap on the inside edge of the spreads. And I don't know why they want to do this. I think it's the way that they put together their books in when they glue the spine or, you know, perfect binder or whatever. I'm not like a technical book printing person. But like on KDP, for example, they don't want that. They literally just want your pages to butt up against each other with the full text and illustrations. So if I open and show you the interior file for, yeah, I think this, yeah. Let's see. Which one is it? See, this is the problem, like why I was just like, which version is the right one? Have a good naming convention, guys. Like this is gonna help you a lot. I think I actually may have saved this file in the wrong place. I think I might have like stuck it in the cover section for whatever reason, because I don't know, like that made sense to me at the time. Okay, here it is. I have saved this in the interior section. I don't know why. Here we go. So this is the print ready file that I uploaded to IngramSpark. And what you'll notice here is if I just make this really big and I do this like 2 pages. So you'll notice like when the 2 pages are side by side for IngramSpark, there's like this white gap in between each of the pages. And this is an IngramSpark requirement. And it's actually such a pain in the ass because I drew all of these as double spreads in Procreate. So if I actually show you guys on Procreate, you will see that I actually drew all of these as individual, just as like a double spread, like the size of 2 printed pages. And then like I had to go up and split all the files in half so that I could have a left page and a right page and then lay them all out, which is so painful, so painful. And so it means that when you get to full page color spreads like this one, for example, like you have this white gap in between the pages. This turns out great on IngramSpark, but it does not look so great on KDP, because if you try to upload the same version to KDP, let me find you, yeah, this is an older proof from KDP. KDP will not want that white border at all. They'll put it like this. So on the KDP files, if you leave this white margin in, you're going to have this white gap in between all of your spreads, which just doesn't look good. So a lot of the common advice I see online in self-publishing forums when people are talking about book layout and formatting and, you know, like what files you need for IngramSpark and KDP, they're just like, oh, you can actually use the same interior file. You just need to change the cover file because they have both different specs for the cover files. No, you can't. If you're doing like just a prose kind of book, like it's very text heavy and you don't have a lot of images, like, yeah, maybe you can probably get away with that. Like you can just kind of size your margins a little bit more generously, and IngramSpark isn't really going to care about like what you have in the middle as long as you don't have any double page spreads or images with full bleed going to like the full width of the printed area. But if you're doing a picture book and you're gonna plan on publishing this both on IngramSpark because you would like a hardcover, and you're also going to publish it on KDP because you have to, like, well, like there's a lot of rumors about the fact that if you, like, you can put an IngramSpark paperback on KDP, and some people are like the IngramSpark printer quality is better. I haven't really found this to be the case myself. Like the colors are different, like they don't look exactly alike in person, but like the KDP version wasn't like horrible, like so I don't know, like the only reason for me that I think would be logical to do both a IngramSpark paperback and a KDP paperback would be because you're going to do pre-orders. So I actually have 2 paperbacks. I have one on Ingram and I have one on KDP because I was doing pre-orders for my first book because I'm super risk adverse, and I was just like, I kind of would like pre-orders, you know, just to make sure I'm going to actually sell copies of this thing. So yeah, so you can have that. But yeah, like if you don't have to hassle with an extra thing and you're not planning to do pre-orders of like a physical book, then like you don't have to bother. You can just do a KDP paperback, which would actually be significantly simpler. But anyway, I didn't, so we're here. And now I've been putting off this task for so long because I'm just like, oh, I don't really want to sit here and update like 5 different formats of the book. But anyway, here we are. Deb, stop talking and like get stuff done, because that was the whole point of this live stream. We are gonna get stuff done. Okay, so right, like the second screw up I did was when I laid this out, and I think I actually started a new file. I did. Okay, so I'm using Scribus to do the layout of my book because Scribus is great. It's open source, which means you don't need to pay for it, and like I'm not an InDesign pro or anything like that, but for me, like my purposes, anything I would be needing InDesign to do to produce print ready files, I can do in Scribus. Like it, you know, I don't need to do anything that complicated, so I really like it. So okay, the problem with Scribus right now, because I've got it on a server, is it's just going to take ages and ages and ages to load. So Anyway, while we're looking at that, so while we are waiting for that file to load, let's just come back. Oh, here we go. Okay, so now that this file has loaded, the next thing that I screwed up was I was following one of the other authors on YouTube who did picture books, and his videos were actually the first videos that I came across where he kind of, well, I felt relative to all the other videos on YouTube out there, where I felt he did a pretty good job in explaining like every single step he went through along the way to publish his picture book. So I, followed that video, and what he said was get an iPad Pro, get Procreate. Both really good recommendations I found if you're doing picture books. But one thing that he did say that I do disagree with was he said, oh, look, so for me, I bought InDesign because, I had to like lay out my text because I was using an earlier version of Procreate where you couldn't actually do any text in Procreate. And then since then, when he published the video, Procreate had added the ability to actually do text. So that's kind of what I did. I was just like, oh, well, that makes sense. Like, I'll just do the text exactly where I see the image, and like it'll all be together, and that's all going to be very nice. And I don't have to worry about redoing it again in Scribus. Like, that's kind of what I thought. Except the text tool in Procreate is just really kind of not great. So I'm going to see today if I can actually figure out how to get this into Scribus without, doing what I did last time, which was literally export every single one of these as a ping file, and then I, had to cut them up and try to do things that way. Oh, I kind of don't know if I want to mess around with it. No, so I can export all of these as PSDs. Let's just try it with one page and see if we can make it work. Because if we can't, then I'm just gonna do it the way I did last time, which was probably not the most optimal way to do it, but whatevs, it worked. And at this point, all I care is that things work. Okay, so I'm gonna export it from my iPad, and I'm just gonna airdrop it over. Here we go. So it has airdropped this over. So now I am going to try and be organized with my files today. We are going to try and work entirely off my server, which hopefully my server doesn't crash halfway through, because that would be bad. Okay, here we go. So let's go into here. So here's my Scribus file, and I'm gonna just create a new directory called Procreate Exports, just so I don't mess anything up. And let's just try. Open this with Scribus. I feel like I might not be able to open this in Scribus because, cross-platform issues. Like, Scribus is great in many ways, but in others it's a bit like, I don't think it likes PSDs. It does like a couple of other different formats, which it can read. So was it an OPML file or something for the cover? Like it took me a while to figure out which version of the cover template from IngramSpark I should be getting in order to actually open it. No, it doesn't look like PSDs. Okay, so yeah, oh sorry, IDML files. So this Procreate does not export IDML files. It could do a PDF. All right, let's try that. Let's try and airdrop this over as a PDF. I'm not sure it's gonna look great. But we'll try. We'll try it and see, and if it doesn't work, then we've learned something. Okay, so let's try, and I'm gonna get rid of that PSD because we can't read it. Let's try this PDF. I'm feeling the PDF is not gonna be great. Yeah, because it's just gonna be all this one thing. Now, can I ungroup this? Because if I could ungroup it, that would be nice. Content properties. No, it's probably just exported this whole thing as a flattened layer. That's what it has. I'm guessing, probably. Yeah, no, that's definitely what it's done. Okay, so that is not gonna work. And I've just noticed that the art on this is not the latest one. What did I do? Because the other thing that I was figuring out was, oh, this is the old one. Is this the old one? Okay, hang on a second. Oh, this is why file versioning is important, guys. Because I'm just like, I have a feeling that's the old artwork, because you can see in this picture on my screen, nobody on the bed. In that other version that I just airdropped over wherever it went, where did it go? Let's come back over. Yeah, in this version, you can see bunny on the bed. This was one of those things where I literally was about to hit enable distribution, and then I went, no, you know what? I'm going to take that out because I don't want to get sued for copyright violations. Oh, yeah, okay. No, that is... You know what? I'm just going to move that page to the back here. We don't need that. Oh, hey, buddy. My cat's just decided to come and work with me, which is cool. Say hi, Zeke. Okay, so, yes, no, we want this version. All right, so because I have got all of the text laid out in Procreate here, one of the things that I was kind of like, maybe I should try and do this properly today is actually separate the images from my text, because that would just let me be able to turn layers on and off and just have different versions with like the one set of files, which would be amazing, as opposed to creating multiple versions of the same files every single time. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to actually turn off the text for all of these files, and I'm just going to airdrop these over as pings. So this is going to be a tedious and painful process, but that's why we are live streaming this, so that we can actually get stuff done. Yay! Okay, so I'm just gonna slowly airdrop all of these over. So that's one page. Thank goodness I'm doing a kid's picture book, because I would not want to be doing this for a longer book. At least I only have a limited number of layers, and I was smart enough to keep all my text layers together. Yes, so I've got groups set up before all my text layers, so at least that's not too bad. Okay. Okay. So that's two. Let's go over here. Oh no, that's the same page, Deb. I do wish that there was like a less, I don't know, like I sometimes I'm like, it would be nice to have a faster way of navigating around Procreate. Like I kind of really want a Procreate desktop app for things like this, because this is like really sucky to do on an iPad. Okay, so there's that one. And this is why, like, trying not to have too many versions is really good, because then you don't have to do painful things like this, because this is why things take so long. This is why writing the book is the fastest part of the entire process, because it's just like, OMG, like, this is so tedious. Right, where's the new text? Turn that off. Turn that off. Yeah, and the other issue with doing all my text in Procreate was because I kind of have a limited number of layers, because I have the very first, I think this is like a first or second generation iPad Pro. I don't actually have all that much RAM in here, which means like when I'm doing art at print resolutions, I don't have a lot of layers. I have like maximum 12 layers maybe with this, and so that kind of really is not helpful when I have a lot of images. Like this particular image was a lot of layers. I layered every single individual thing on that dinner table, then I layered everybody around it. So yeah, having a lot more layers would help.
But because I had to put all my text on it, like the text has to be on its own layer, otherwise you have to turn it into an image, and then that kind of defeats the purpose of having it as a text. And then yeah, so a lot of like little finicky things like this that I wish I had done differently for my first book. But you know, it is what it is. Like, we all learn when we do things first through. Nobody gets it right on their first time. And if you do, I would like to know what your secret is, because I too would like to not be screwing up constantly when I'm doing something for the first time. Okay, we are almost more than halfway through the book. It's fine. Okay, so there's text. Why didn't I group that text? I don't know. Okay, there's that. So tedious. I'm trying to think if there is anything more tedious than book layout and formatting. Watching paint dry is the classic, though. I don't know. I feel like if you're watching paint dry and it's a nice day outside, you could actually kind of just be outside and enjoy the sun, which I can't do currently because Sydney is under lockdown and we are not supposed to be leaving the house for any reason except for authorized reasons, which I'm fairly certain sitting outside and enjoying the sun is not an authorized reason, because you kind of can't plead exercise for that, which is usually like one of the reasons that you're allowed to go outside. The other reason is like if you cannot work at home, or think like picking up and dropping off children from daycare is one. There's like some compassionate reasons, and there's also what is it? Oh yeah, like one person per household is allowed to leave once per day to go get food. Like, that's the only other reason that you would be allowed to leave. So we have just been locked down here in Sydney and just kind of going crazy very slowly. But that's okay. Hopefully, like the vaccines will be here soon, and you know, people will get vaccinated and we can start leaving the house. And I don't think we're gonna go back to normalcy. Like, I'm just like, this virus is just kind of like way out of control. But it would be nice just to be able to go outside for a walk without breaking the law, or you know, risk landing in the ICU because of COVID. That would be nice. Especially nice like today, because it's actually a really nice sunny day outside and I can't go outside, which just makes me really sad. Okay, let's see. I have a lot of layers on this. Yeah, so see, this page I had so many layers like that were just all text, that like in order to even vaguely keep any of the pictures separate, I had to merge a whole bunch of text layers, which means the text is not text anymore at this point. It is just like pictures of text, which is not great. Like, I'm just gonna have to redo all of that text today when I update the errors, assuming there are errors on this page, which there probably are, because like this person has kindly sent me a very comprehensive list of all my errors, so it would not surprise me if there is in fact an error on every page. And why isn't that layer turning? Oh, why Deb, why did you do that? Okay, so I have for some reason actually put this text on an image layer, so I'm just gonna select that out, and we're just gonna cut and paste that onto a different layer, and we're just gonna hide that. Okay, so now we're gonna export that, and hopefully that'll be it for all my pages. Okay. All right. Oh, and there's this back dedication page thing, which I'm gonna redo anyway. So I wonder what I might do is I might export. Yeah, I might export all of that, but just like without any text. Yeah, maybe I'll just export like this. Okay. So here, all right. Hopefully that should be all of the iPad work that we need to do. Then we can just go back to working on the screen where you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, so we have got 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 is like a special page that I've already done in Scribus. Oh, which we're gonna have to fix that. Oh, so painful. Okay. But at least it's in Scribus, so I can kind of like fix it there. And then 30, 31. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's put the iPad away. Okay. And let's go here. So, I'm just gonna make all these file names the same to start, just so it's not quite so painful. And should I? Yeah, no, you know what? I am going to go up here and find this thing, this 4-page text document thing. This is probably the smart way to do it. So page 28, 29. Let's just rename this. How did I even name it? Wow, you know what? I was really can I do a battery name? God, if I could do a battery name. No. That's fine. Okay, so we are gonna actually go in and name our files properly, because I do not want to be coming back here again and making like a 3rd revision. How many revisions have I done? You guys saw 4 revisions, kind of like, well, like there were more than that, but like 4 kind of official revisions. This is going to be the 5th one. I do not want to be coming here and doing revision number 6 and still going like, what files were there again? Hopefully there won't be a 6th revision at all, except to update back matter with like pictures of my new books and stuff. So that is what we're aiming for. I do not want to be doing revisions again. Okay, so we're gonna call this pages 28 to 29. I'm just gonna, do I need this? No, I don't. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, so I really should figure out my naming convention. I feel like I'm just not on top of the naming convention at all, which I really should be. Like, this is kind of massive auditor fail at the minute. Oh dear. That's fine. That is fine. No judgment. We are just gonna get stuff done today. As long as we get stuff done, we are all good. So I bet you guys were not expecting that you would be sitting here watching me talking about naming conventions and watching me rename a bunch of files, because like this is the kind of tedious task that I'm just like, my brain just kind of goes, I should really automate this, because this would be like the exactly kind of tedious task that is perfect for automation. And normally what I would be doing, if not for the fact that I'm on a live stream with you guys, is I would be going to Google and Googling like, how do I automate this with the Automator app, and then spending like the next 30 minutes going down into that rabbit hole. And at the end of it, I would have a very nice little Automator script that like did exactly as I wanted to rename all of these files. But I wouldn't actually have done any work on my book. So hence the live stream, guys. You guys are keeping me honest and keeping me on track. Okay, so all right, here we go. That's all my proofread exports. Okay, so you know what? I'm just gonna call this source files instead, because I want to put this guy in here so that it's just all together. Okay, so I think I'm gonna try and be intelligent and update the page with the full text of my book first, because then I can kind of like update it all in the one place, I think. So again, I'm not convinced that the way I've done this is the best way to do it, but again, I was just kind of like, I just need something that works, and I can't spend heaps of time doing this. Okay, so what have we got? You know what? I'm gonna just save this to a document here. We're gonna, to be honest, I don't really use Pages, because I don't know why I don't. You know what? I'm gonna go and find my Google Doc for this. I'm just gonna keep this in a Google Doc because it's just a lot more accessible. No, we're not going into the Learn to Write Chinese folder. We are going into the book folder. So, here. We're just gonna do a new document. Yes. And we are going to call it, revision log. Oh, come on, Google. Maybe I should put the file in. Okay, so we are going to, like, part of me is really, really tempted to do this as a spreadsheet because this is how I would normally do it. I would just do everything as a spreadsheet because I love spreadsheets. Spreadsheets are one of the best things in the world and potentially one of the most, like, one of the best human inventions since, like, I don't know, sliced bread. I feel is the usual comparison here. Like, because quite frankly, I don't need sliced bread. Like, I can slice my own bread at home, thank you very much. But spreadsheets, I cannot make my own spreadsheet software at home, and I need spreadsheets. Spreadsheets are great. Okay, so I'm just gonna call this feedback, and you know what? I'm gonna call this action. So here's the feedback. Just gonna make a note. This is from Chuck. He's from he's a linguist from this thing. Like, this is, which is like a really awesome project, by the way. Like, they have done all of these readers in Cantonese for kids, which is really good. And it's a really awesome project. Okay, so what's he said? Okay, so thankfully, the issue that he's identified is with the Ute Ping, which I was calling Yut Ping until like 3 weeks ago, and somebody was like, it's Ute Ping, right? Like, as in Ute Cook, Ute Wa, and I was just like, oh, okay, that's so embarrassing. Can't actually read this properly. Good job, Deb. Okay, so the issue is actually with the romanization, like this part. So what he's saying is, like, for these two Chinese characters, this is what the recommended Ute Ping is. Now, I am a bit like, that's interesting. So these two characters are ngoke, which, like, so he's written that, so I have written this ngok, like, to reflect that sound at the beginning of the word, and he has suggested okay, which I'm just like, so there's this thing in Cantonese about lazy sounds. I don't know what the proper linguistic term for this is, but it's like a lot of Cantonese words and phrases, like, they used to have things like n, like these n and n sounds in front of them. Like, no, for example, is the correct and proper way of saying the word for female. Whereas, like, kind of over time, a lot of people have kind of been dropping that nasal consonant at the front. So a lot of people will say low and substitute it with like a l, like a L sound. And so I feel like that kind of might be what's happening here, because when I speak, I usually refer, like, ngoke actually means home, or like family. And so I usually say ngoke, like, and I put the sound in front of it. So I'm actually gonna go and cross check this against the Department of Education's lexical learning list in Hong Kong. So, like, I did not know this, but I suppose, like, it would actually make sense because I was like, we don't have this equivalent in English. Like, I do not remember the Australian Department of Education, or actually, you know what, because education is state run in Australia, so I do not remember the New South Wales Board of Studies mandating like a particular dictionary or whatever, like for learning, but apparently this is. So like there is this. So, and there's like kind of a couple of elements to the romanization. So I'm just gonna search here and see what this gives me. So, yeah, okay, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. So, I'm just gonna play this back here. Really? That's interesting. Because normally the other dictionary that I use here is this one. So I wonder when they kind of officially changed that, because I just know when I grew up and I was learning how to speak, I was definitely saying ngo. Interesting, fascinating. So Cantonese tools, because I was also using this converter. So here, this I'm certain gave me the ngo. Yeah, so this one gave me the ngo one, because I'm just like, that just okay, like no, like that just sounds wrong. I'm sorry, like when did they do this? Oh, I'm kind of shattered. I kind of don't want to make this change, but like fine, I will make it. I will make it, because you know, like I said, I was gonna follow the Chinese education board here, like Chinese education board lexical learning just. So fine, I will change it. I kind of just like, I disagree with this so much, because this is like not how I would say it at all. Okay, so this. Yeah, so I'm kind of confused. See, right, so like here, he's saying the tone should be the second tone, whereas I've got it as the fifth tone. Just like, where is this coming from? Like, okay, yeah, like I would say K. I'm very confused right now. This is also part of the reason why I was like, I do not want to do this, because this is kind of like more confusing for me. Okay, so here, this is very interesting. So this stuff indicates like it's an adaptation of a form, like, so it kind of indicates like that usually the tone on this is the fifth tone, but like when you say it in a certain way, like this is adapted by like you're actually saying it with the second tone. Okay, yeah, you know what, maybe I should do okay, so contradict uses a unique asterisk convention to show readings such as yeah. I feel like I'm diving into a rabbit hole here, but I also feel like this is a necessary rabbit hole, because I'm a bit like I need to understand what I'm doing here. Yeah, okay, so Cantonese, 6 tones, right? 6 tones. So we have, I never remember like what exactly they are, because I'm a native speaker, so I just kind of like say the words as I learnt them. High, level, flat, rising to high, tall. Okay, so ba is one, okay, and then and okay, all right, I will get this into my head in a second. Okay, so he's saying okay, so he's saying it should be okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. So literally it's just like, so the difference between the second tone and the fifth tone is just like, they're both rising tones, but it's just like to the level to which you rise, like relative to your actual talking level. So he's saying it shouldn't say, okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. No. Okay. I understand. Not that I'm questioning a linguist on his linguistic notes, by the way. I just like to understand what the changes I'm doing are supposed to be before like I actually make them. Okay, so I'm just gonna okay. Fixed. Which it will be in a second when I come back to my pages document and go, oh geez, okay. So back to what I did last time. So last time I was just like, I am not loving the way Scribus does text. Why doesn't my keyboard shortcuts work? See, the other reason why I just kind of hate pages is I feel like every time I try to use a keyboard shortcut, like it is conflicting with some other keyboard shortcut I already have. So I'm just like, why doesn't my keyboard shortcut work? Oh, I don't know. Okay, so we are going to update this, delete the and turn the K into K. Yeah, you can hear that, right? So K is the second tone, K is the fifth tone. Yeah. If you can't, just it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for you. Okay. Okay. So then he said, what did he say? What were the pound signs? I think he said the pound signs are lines with the pound signs are stylistic issues. So just gonna put this here. I'm gonna say that if it's a stylistic issue, I'm just not gonna fix it because it's a stylistic issue. So whatever. Like I just kind of don't want to do it. But what are the stylistic issues that he's picked up? Okay, so I have ba ba ma ma, and he's got ba ba ma ma. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So I gotta what is it? Hang on, what has he got? Low level falling. Nah, ooh, no. Okay, so bar, yeah. Okay, bar. So bar is like a falling tone as opposed to bar. So I have it straight because usually when you're doing Cantonese for kids, like you have these like you can't you double up words. Like when you're talking to kids in Cantonese, like the one thing about the Chinese language is when we talk to kids, like we don't like we have an extra thing that kind of doesn't really is not that prevalent in English, which is like you just kind of like double up like every single word, like you just double up a lot of words. So we double up a lot of words, and usually when we double up the words on like ba ba mama, like you kind of like it's just like a repeat. You don't really go ba ba mama. Like for me, I find like ba ba mama is like gong gong po po is like is po po gong gong po po is it's kind of like how we would talk more to the kids. So I'm gonna leave this first one stylistic gong gong po po. Actually, I might fix the second one though, because usually we don't go po po because usually we go gong gong po 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 po. Yeah, so I might actually fix this one because that's actually how I pronounce it in the audiobook, and I'm not redoing the audiobook because redoing the audiobook would just kind of like reset all the views and everything, and I'm just kind of like, I don't want to do that. I wonder if I could do it on Vimeo if I had uploaded the audiobook to Vimeo maybe, but I no, definitely a rabbit hole. I do not want to go down that at the minute, so I'm just gonna do that. So gong gong po po, where is that? Here. So we are gonna fix that to Oh, this is so tedious. Yeah. And I'm probably gonna do this one as well. Ma, tong ma, yeah. I'm with ma, yeah. You can hear that. Okay, so you can definitely hear that. So I would say tong ma, yeah, tong ma. Yeah, tong ma. So that is definitely different. So I will definitely fix that one. I hate this. Okay, and you know what? I'm going to actually space this out as well because I'm just going to note down which pages these are from. Okay, so this is actually this is actually page 4. Honestly, it doesn't matter if I call it pages or page, whatever. Gong Gong Tong Po Po is pages 6 and 7. I hate it when stuff is not like I can't stand typos. It's probably OCD of me, but I don't like how it looks on the page. Okay. Right. Pages 6 and 7. That's that. Okay. Đâu vui, đâu vui, đâu vui, đâu vui, and đâu vui. Okay, alright, so I only have those lines that are stylistic. So he's saying all of these other ones are actually errors. Hopefully I've just screwed up the tones on most of them. Because it would be embarrassing. Yeah, it looks like I've just really screwed up the tones on these. Okay. Alright, so this one I'm pretty sure is on the next page. So yeah, because this is that's 6 and 7. That's 6 and 7, that's 8 and 9. This is 10 and 11. So 10 and 11. Right, so I'm just gonna look this up again. Like at this point I could probably just trust everything he says, but I like to know. Okay, so, all right, look at this. There are multiple tones of pronouncing this. Boykin, boykin, boykin. Look at all these words. Okay, so. This is why updating anything to do with the text of my book just takes forever because I just like, Okay, look at these. Look at all these variations. Okay, so he's saying that I have second, and he's saying it should be the 5th tone. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. Alright, I can see that. Well, this has been an educational exercise for me. So, where is this? Here. So, okay, so I fixed that. And then I'm going to have to go back and refix this on every single individual page. I hate this. I know that's a separate one. Yeah, so this is pages 12 and 13. Right. Okay, so ngõ đầy, ngõ đầy, ngõ đầy, ngõ đầy, ngõ đầy. Now I'm just like, I cannot trust this converter. Totally only reason I was using this converter at all was because I was just like, I did not copy paste the ping for every single character as I was doing the text, and I was just like, oh, a converter, great, I can just convert all of it at once. Efficiency, not so efficient, Deb. You're kind of paying for it right now because you're going to have to go through and update this. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to ante. Okay, it's a low tone. That's fine. Day. So it's fixed. 公园. Okay, yeah, I can see that. 公园. Fixed. Okay. And then we're over here. Why is that a certain? Okay. Yep, I get it. I've lost track of which page we're on though. It is probably this one. No, this one, 14 to 15. It's good to know that I don't have an error on every single page. Like, oh no, maybe we do. Like, we haven't skipped. Oh no, we haven't. I didn't have an error on pages 8 and 9. I will take that as a win. Wow. This page is basically just errors all over the place in the tones. Which it was always going to be. I feel like because this page is kind of like the most talky of all the pages I have. So that was kind of like bound to happen, I guess. Okay, so we are going to do this. We're going to fix this tone to that. Come on, hey, hold that bit. Nhân way. Way. Yeah, okay. Yep. Way. Okay. Yeah. Alright, this guy knows his stuff. Stop questioning it, Deb. Just get it done. Hang on a second. Yep. Yeah. On the plus side, yeah. Oh, I see what's happened. He's got an old version, I think. So this character here on the screen, this character has caused me a whole heap of grief because this character was also the character that one of my ARC readers came back and said, actually you've used the wrong character here because this character is what is it? I'm gonna get it wrong. So there's like, so all these little like things that you will often hear a Cantonese speaker add to the end of their sentences. They're called particles. So this particular one is an interrogative particle, which means like it's like, I don't know, like it's a different it means because it's interrogative, you only use this when you are asking a question. So like mehoma is like that ma at the end is an interrogative particle in the question, how are you? So the character I've got here now, this one, is a different particle with a different tone on it, but the same consonant, same vowel, right? So this is ma, which here you can see it's a final particle that, you know, here you go, indicating something that is obvious, right? And so what I kind of find really interesting here is like, this guy is a Chinese linguist, right? But I'm guessing he must specialize in Ping because even he's in Hong Kong, right? He has not actually come back and told me, like the ARC reader I had told me, that I'm actually using the wrong character here. So that is very interesting. Chinese is very complicated. Cantonese is very complicated. So anyway, so he's got an old version because so I'm just gonna make a note here. This is the old text, new text uses the character. This one, which has the correct ping of ma. So that's fine. Seriously, I hate finding errors. Gu ha, gu ha, ha, gu ha, gu ha, gu ha. Okay, I can see that. Tones are hard, man. Like, I would be seriously intimidated about learning Cantonese if I were not a native speaker, because like it's just so much more complicated than Mandarin. Like, honestly, we just have so many more tones, and the written formal is different to the spoken colloquial, so it's just like, oh, okay. So gu ha, okay, yep, no, I get that fixed. So ha, okay, same thing. All right, consistent errors, that makes sense. I wonder why though, because so this particular character is the character ha, ha, which means down. So normally if you go sung ha, like up and down, ha means down. So yeah, there's two. Okay, so this is why converters suck, I guess, because the converter I was using, I guess, was not smart enough to figure out the context of the sentence. So here, this particular character has two different tones depending on the particular context. So in the ordinary context of like up down, like directional context, ha is like that's the sixth tone, ha. Whereas I was using it to like modify a verb, like, so this calls it a verb classifier. And so ha, yeah, okay, so that's definitely a different tone. Ha, yeah, is like it's a rising tone. Okay, got it. That makes sense. Okay, so we dealt with that. Great. What else is next? So that's fixed. Okay, so this is also interesting. So it's another question on a particle, another comment on a particle. So this particular particle is like usually it is used in the context of like a trumpet or like a speaker, but used in the context of a particle. Interesting. So what have I got here? So ha la zhou so la 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 la. Okay, yep, I get it. I get it. Seriously, Deb, just trust this guy because he's an expert. He's an expert. Just he knows his stuff. For real though, I think I'm probably gonna ask him to be an alpha reader next time, because I'm just like, like I would like to avoid this situation where like I kind of not doing this right. Okay, what am I doing? I was trying to find which page this was. Gum Which page is this? Oh wow, rejoice! Look at that. Look at that. I do not have an error for like another bunch of pages. I know this page. This page is this one. I think, yeah, pages 20 to 21.我覺得真係好幸福，可以一齊咁樣慶祝，咁樣慶祝。Yeah, okay, 咁樣 咁樣慶祝，咁樣慶祝。Yeah, okay, yeah, I definitely have errors. Okay. Oh, how embarrassing. I swear next time I do the audiobook, I'm just like not going to put. You know what? That's an idea. The next time I do my audiobook, I'm just not going to put the text on the screen. I'm just going to have pictures and I'm going to do all the text in subtitles. Like, maybe that would be great because I can update the subtitles on YouTube like whenever I want. I cannot update text like on the actual picture whenever I want. Like, to re-upload the video track would mean I would lose all of those views and likes on the video, which is not great. Okay, so okay, yeah, that makes sense. They should be the same tone. So where am I? Okay, cool. Got that one. Bye-bye. Oh, okay, that was an obvious one. That was an obvious one. So bye-bye, as it sounds like, is literally like the Cantonese borrowing of bye-bye from English. And we kind of say it quite similarly, but yeah, so that's on this page. So I can definitely see why. So this is bye. Yeah, so there's a tone variation there. Okay, so where are we? So yeah, this should be that. Cool. Ngode. Ah, this is the same error. Ngode. Alright, now I kind of want to know what the other pronunciation is for. I swear I'm going to stop looking up every single one because, like, it's already been more than an hour and I'm still fixing errors. So, like, I don't know how we're going to get to this. But, all day. Yeah, to indicate plurality. What's, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what this converter is doing. Like, this converter is... Note to self, do not use that converter ever again. That converter is no good. Like, would it save more time, like, by just manually looking all of these characters up, which I just, like, to be honest, I did this anyway, but... Yeah, okay, one more stylistic line. I'm not gonna fix this, so... This is on... This is on the other page. This is 24 or 25. Just gonna check. Yeah, it's on that page. Yep, I'm gonna leave as stylistic and to match audiobook. Seagun. Ah, okay, yeah, I get this one. I get this one. Seagun. That would be weird. Seagun is like, I don't know what that is, but Seagun is time. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, so this is the same thing. This is the same error as above. It's all the bloody particles. Okay. Oh, sorry guys about all the coughing. It's really cold here this winter. So I'm freezing. I should probably put on this fluffy thing that I have on the chair, but like then it kind of gets too hot a bit. So I don't know. My cat's being a nice hot water bottle right now, so I'll just go with that. Okay, what is this? Woi Zhang Dai Sai. So I have this line here, which is on the same page. Ho Fai Ne Woi. Ho Fai Ne Woi Zhang Dai. Okay, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, the second tone and the fifth tone is kind of like really hard to pick out. Oh, this is interesting. It's got like the wrong tone. Okay, I'm gonna need to look this one up because like the other really interesting thing is like this character has two different consonants. Okay, so there's a C consonant and a Z consonant here. The C is like a ch sound, and the Z is like a like sound, sound. So yeah, so using this means like the this character would actually mean long, whereas using this like so this churn means long, and this one jung means grow. So yeah, like that. Okay, that's kind of a biggie. All right, I definitely fix that. It's just hilarious. Oh, so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Would Jung die? Okay. At least I got one right in that. That's better. Okay. So I fixed that. Would Jung. Would Jung. Okay, yeah, I got the tone wrong there too, because it's oh my goodness. Seriously, I need to like double check this like first thing in the morning after I've had a cup of tea with like I don't know, like extra zen music going on, because and I feel like next time I really need to check these on like a printed hard copy instead of doing e-proofs like I was before, because it is just like doing this on the screen. I don't know, I feel like it makes your brain work differently. So one thing I've learned, like I am actually definitely gonna order proof copies where I can like just like tick it off. Because yeah, I've learned that I really need to do that, because this is like a crap load of errors that I'm fixing right now. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, same issue here. Seagun. Not Seagun, because that doesn't make any sense. And okay. Alright, so this is good. So it was just like a few phrases that like I had consistently got the wrong tones on. And largely and thankfully, it's not because I can't speak Cantonese, because like I would be horrified if it was the case that like I was getting this wrong because I can't speak Cantonese. Thankfully it is because I don't know, like Yuping is just really tricky and I'm just like screwing up all of the tones. But this is fine. Like this is good. I can deal with this. All right, so these are good fixes. I'm glad I fixed this, because I was a little bit like, oh, like I could just leave it, because I don't know. I hate doing these fixes. Okay, now that we have fixed this, I need to export this. So this is where things are just gonna get like really screwy in Scribus in a minute, but that's fine. You guys will see the logic behind the madness in a second. So I'm just going to go and export this, and we're going to save it to the server, because I'm just going to do everything on the server for now, because I do not want to mess around with moving files and things like that. So we are just going to export this. Okay, so Pages has now created a PDF, and I can quit this. Now we begin the really painful process. First things first, I'm gonna move these files from where I have them on my local drive up to the server, so that I can stop having these little errors every single time I have to redo the book. So, where did I put these? I think I put these in general assets. I don't know why I put them there, because read along. Okay, so we're gonna copy into there. Okay. So we are going to go into source files. And what do I have? I have the QR code first. And then I have like this little picture thing. Doing the read along. My goodness, doing that picture was just like, oh, like there are so many illustrations. Like, guys, just picture books are a lot of work. Okay, so now we have to do the thing of running through all of these images that I have, and we're gonna split them up in half so that we can actually lay this out on the page, so that we can, you know, comply with IngramSpark's requirements. Now, because I did not do these as individual spreads, and I am also not going to put myself through the pain of trying to do this on Procreate, we are going to use a program called XnConvert. And this is like a free image manipulator program thing. There are other programs you can use. I'm just using this one because one, it's free, and two, it basically does the job that I need it to. So what we are going to do is we are going to go in here and we're going to select all of the spreads that we need to split, which is every single thing except for pages 28 and 29, which is a PDF that we're going to import into Scribus. So just going to drag that all in here. It should pick up all my spreads. There is now no text on any of these spreads, which is what I want. And I am going to load 2 scripts here. So because I did this last time, it was so painful. I save these things as scripts. So can I open the script? Okay, so settings, output. So I do need to pick an output folder for it. So I'm gonna go back to our server, and I'm gonna save it in the same directory as my, you know what, should I? No, there's going to be a lot of files, so I do not want to save it in the same directory as the source files. I'm going to save this into a new file folder, and I'm going to call this Scribus. Layout, I don't know. Import to Scribus. Just gonna not get too fancy. We're just gonna do logical file names that I understand what's going on. Okay, so right. For whatever reason, it likes you to load the script this way. So here, I have this script already, which runs through, and it takes the canvas size that I have for this particular image, and it goes through, it splits every single image in half, and then it is going to crop 72 pixels from the left, which is equivalent to a 3mm strip, and then it's going to resize the canvas on the right so that it puts this white 3mm strip back in. So if you look at the image before I run this script on it, whoa, like, sorry, just fit to like there. So this is the image that we are importing it. This is what it's going to look like afterwards with the required 3mm IngramSpark thing in here. You know what? Which reminds me, I should probably, I'm just going to do all of my files at the same time for everything, because this is most definitely the wrong directory, because it's loaded the directory for when I last ran this file. So I do not want it in the version 3 draft. I want this in the version 5, and you know what, I'm gonna rename this folder. This is going to be the IngramSpark interior art. That's what we're gonna name it. Nice and logical. This is just gonna be the IngramSpark stuff, and therefore I don't need to have this result bit in the file name. I don't want to do JPEGs. because JPEGs can have like a little bit of an artifact. So I'm just gonna do same as original. Don't mess with it because I exported all of the originals as pings. If output keep full structure. No, so I used to have this ticked on original date time attributes. I don't want to actually do that because I would like to know when I actually ran this conversion, because sometimes I have gone through the whole layout process and done everything only to get to the end and do like a final check when I get the eProof from IngramSpark or KDP, and I'm just like, well, oh crap, there's an error. I need to refix that. And so anytime I fix it, it's nice to have the modified date time on the file so that I can tell when I fixed it, because I will remember, oh, like crap, I needed to fix that at this time and I did that later than the others. And if I've kept the same date time on the file, then I cannot tell when I actually fixed it. Okay, so we are going to convert, no, I'm just going to leave all that. So go back to my actions. We're doing the left pages only. We've got all our files to be input. That's it. All right, so I'm just going to run and convert that now, and hopefully this script is not going to choke. So there we go. It's running. While it's running, I'm just going to have a drink. My drink, which is a honey lemon tea, is now cold because we have been working for, wow, like over an hour now. And but it's okay. I'm feeling good, like, because after this, the only pain that I now have to deal with is actually laying out the text in Scribus, which I'm looking forward to, but like it's a thing I know I really have to do, so I'm just like, okay, just get it done. It's okay. All right, so that took 37 seconds. Nice. We're just gonna hop over here and check that it's all come out as like expected, and here we go. All right, that all looks good. That all looks good. So presumably the rest of these pages are okay as well. So here, I could just change all of these settings so that like I do the right, but I actually think I saved a script that does the right side as well. Although I have a feeling I might have modified that to do KDP. So you know what? That reminds me, we are gonna do, oh shoot. Did I leave the KDP thing here in here as well? No, I didn't. Okay, that's good. That is very good. Whew. But speaking of, we are going to go and do the same thing for KDP right now before I forget. Just so I don't have to reopen all the same thing twice. Because that is inefficient. So we're going to do the same thing for the KDP interior art. And the only thing we're going to do is we are going to get rid of these last two steps, the crop and the canvas resize, because KDP does not want that white strip. Okay, so that's my KDP one. My output's going to a KDP directory. All right. The next part of this is going to be doing the export for the KDP ebook. Oh, it's so cold. Okay, you know what? I am going to put my fluffy jumper thing on because it is really cold. It is just getting colder and colder in here. I do not have a heater in here at the moment because I'm a little bit like low on power points. So we are just gonna snuggle up in this thing, and if it gets even colder, I will put the hoodie on this like little thing on, and hopefully I will be warm. I hate being cold. Cold is the worst. All right, so sorry, bud. I have disturbed the cat, and the cat is not happy. All right, can you just chill again? Because we got work to do, buddy. All right. Okay, so just check all my KDP files. Okay. Good. All right. Next, we are doing the Kindle Ebook. You know what? No, I don't need to do a separate Kindle and EPUB because Kindle have
I moved to EPUBs. I literally just forgot that because I'm doing fixed layout children's picture books. So oh, do I want to experiment with trying to upload the EPUB that I use on Google Play on Kindle? I don't know. Kindle might choke on that. We are just going to do EPUB interior art. How about that? So if I come back here. Now the thing with EPUBs, which is really annoying, is I need to then go in and add a resize the whole image, and we are going to make the longest side 1000 pixels exactly, and we are also going to change the output file to note that this is only 1000 pixels, and we are going to change as well the format back to a JPEG. Where is it? JPEG. Now, the reason we do this is because Amazon actually charges you a delivery fee on Kindle for the file size of your ebook. So some genius out there found out that even though Amazon encourages you to upload really high resolution files for images if you have any in your ebook, they kind of do this thing where like they've hard coded into every single actual Kindle file that ends up on a reader's Kindle to a maximum of like 1000 pixels wide, I think. Don't know what happens if you have like a vertical map, which is like, you know, bigger than 1000 pixels. Like I forgot whether it's like 1000 pixels wide or high or whatever. But anyway, he found out that like Kindle will go and include all of your high res images in the actual Kindle file, but then they're gonna not actually show the super high res version to your readers anyway, which explains why like when I'm reading a Stormlight book on my Kindle, for example, and I'm like sitting there trying to zoom like on my iPad or something, and I'm just like, why is this map of brochure still blurry? Oh, like now I know. Now you understand why it is still blurry when you're reading it on a Kindle digitally, which like literally means I should just buy the leather bound, but I can't afford the leather bound at the moment, which is gorgeous but like super expensive. I wish I could. Someday I will be able to afford Brandon Sanders's leather bounds. Oh, hashtag reader goals. Okay, all right. So I have just done all of the left files, so now we're gonna go and do the right files. And because I'm lazy, I'm already in this directory. I'm just gonna come in here and rename this to the right side. I'm gonna go into my actions and I'm gonna fix this to center right. And hopefully, yep, that gives me the right side. So now I'm just gonna convert all of those to the right side. So yes, very exciting stuff, guys, like book layouts. This is so tedious. Oh my goodness. I don't actually know if there is a more efficient way of structuring this process if you're doing a children's picture book. Like picture books are just a lot of hassle. Like you can write them really quickly, but like the illustrations take time, the book layout takes time, everything just takes time, and it is like it is not as easy as you kind of start out thinking that it is. Okay, so I'm gonna, all right, I've done the ebook. Now we are gonna come back to the KDP interior art. I'm gonna do the right side. So, yes. Oh no, I need to keep my original pings, and we are going to get rid of, it's not 1000 pixels anymore. Convert. Oh, and I have pins and needles now because the cat's been sitting on my lap for way too long. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Do not disturb the cat. It's okay. I'm just moving. You can still be there. It's fine. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm gonna come in here and start doing the layout, and I'm actually gonna do the layout for IngramSpark first because they have a
longer turnaround time than KDP. Like, so KDP is pretty much instant when you like update stuff, but IngramSpark is not. IngramSpark has a really long turnaround time comparatively, because you actually have to wait for them to um, like process your changes and verify them or whatever it is that they do. And so it can actually take a while. All right, so we are going to use the script for the right hand side, because I'm always paranoid that I'm just gonna screw up making the steps for IngramSpark. So that's what we're gonna do. Right, now we're gonna pick a different, where's our IngramSpark folder? Here we go. IngramSpark. We're just doing right, and we're not keeping that, and same as original, and go back and check. Before, after, yep, that's what I want. Convert. Okay. All right, so while that's going, I'm gonna come in here and update this. So as far as I figured out, without writing my own custom script to go and grab these things, I can't like mass update images in Scribus by just telling it I've picked a new directory. Like, if I could, that would be really great, because that would save me a lot of time, but at the minute I can't. So I have to come in here and like manually update the paths so that this file is always pointing to where my latest images are. Now here comes the part that I'm dreading, which is I'm actually going to try and insert my text here. So things that I realized I should have done before I updated the image path was maybe try and put my text in over the thing. So in Scribus, there are like two windows that you have to work with. So you've got, when you right click on the context menu, you've got the properties of the object. So this properties is basically like where this thing kind of sits, colors, so on and so forth. And then you've kind of got like the content properties, which is like what actually goes in this thing. So, oh, and of course I don't have the full text in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go cheat-ish. I'm going to open up my pages document, which this is why we updated the file with like the full text in here, so I can kind of like cheat and do this instead of having to suffer and like piece this together from different places and stuff. Ugh, not fun. There has got to be a better way to manage these files. So if you guys are sitting there watching this and thinking like, what the hell is she doing? Please shout out. I would love to know. How would you organize this better? Let me know in the comments. Okay, so no, I don't need my browser. I need Scribus. Okay, so I'm gonna come in here. And the other thing that I have not done is I should be setting my paragraph styles. You know what? Can I do that really quickly while I'm in here? I have not used Scribus that much. Edit. Styles. That sounds like what I want to go for. I'm going to do a new paragraph style. We're going to call this Chinese text. And I am not going to base it on anything. We are going to align it center. Fixed line spacing. I don't know what all of these things are. This is like way detailed. What I want to change is I just literally want to change the font. Where's the font? Oh, in here. Okay, so we are going to pick the character. So I'm going to go here and pick my fonts. Noto Sans HK. And did I use regular? I think I might have gone bold. And you know what? I'm going to go and cheat. Go back to my iPad and just check what font size I had, because I do not want to sit here messing around with font sizes. I just want to get this done. Okay, so, and I feel like I had an a very specific font size I was using. Edit text. 32. So I was using 32 for the, not one thing at a time, Deb. One style at a time. So I was using a font size of 32 for that. Language. We are not English. We are Chinese. I'll be super impressed. Yes, Chinese traditional. Excellent. Colors, black, blah, blah, blah. Apply. Font features. I don't know what those are. Alright, we're just gonna leave this. Yes, I'm just gonna call that done. So, we are gonna pick up Chinese text. And can I go in here and actually... Yeah, look at that. Okay, I'm feeling it was not bold because that kind of looks way too heavy for what I had. Let's just go regular. Apply. No, okay. It was not regular. Medium? Maybe it was medium. Yeah, that looks right. I think it was medium. Okay, second one, new paragraph style. We are gonna call this English text. And this is not going to be based on anything. We are picking our English font, which is here. By the way, guys, when you're doing your books, make sure you have the license to use this, whatever font you choose, for commercial purposes if you're going to sell your ebook, because you cannot just use the font, even if you own it on your computer. Like, there's commercial licenses and stuff that you have to pay for fonts. So here we go. I don't get to choose anything. Apply. Done. And then I've got one more style to do, and this one is Ping. The Ping is kind of going to be a pain in the backside to do. What did I use for the Ping? Because I did like all sorts of spacing and stuff in the Ping, but 11, size 11. No idea what I did. Okay, size 11. All right, that's fine. And I picked like a gray color. Oh, where are we? Yeah. I feel like I might have gone. No, we'll leave it on regular for maybe I went light. Could have been a light. And then I had a different color. I pick from PDF. Oh, this is great. Okay, so Scribus is pretty smart. I have currently set the color over here, so I'm gonna pick that color. Done. All right. So here we go, and I'm gonna come up here and change that to that. Okay, cool. Good. All right, that was not as horrible as I thought. Really have been putting off doing this for a very long time. All right, now we're gonna go in and put in the Ping. And so this is gonna be my Ping text. And we're gonna come in here and copy all of the Ping that I just fixed. Yep, that looks right. Okay, but this, I forgot to center it. Center. Okay. Now what am I gonna? I want this to kind of like sit right under. No, okay, it doesn't like that. It does not like that. 14, 13. Okay, 13, 12.5. Nope, doesn't like that. Okay, we're just gonna stick with this on 13 then. That's fine. maybe what I should do is change this so that it is vertically paragraph. Vertical alignment. Where are you? Properties. Fixed line spacing, 15 font. Is that what I want? I don't know where you fix the vertical alignment on this. That's interesting. Can I only fix it on here? Like, that kind of doesn't make sense. Like, you should be able to set the vertical, like, if you can set it in here, you should be able to set it in the style. Advanced settings, no. Already checked that. Font features, nope. Path text, nope. This, oh, no, don't flip vertical. That's weird. Level? Oh, that's the layers. Okay. What, maybe like 12.9? I just kind of want this object like not really sticking out. Okay. The other thing I'm not really a fan of is like the scrolling around in Scribus is not great. At least I find it very kind of jerky and stuff. No, I literally like Scribus. How do I just like, anyway. Okay, so this is what I was worried about, like super fiddly stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna go with that. No, you know what? I don't think I had this as a light. That looks like a little too... Looks a little too, like, faint. What if I keep this as medium? No. Okay, medium's way too much. Regular. But yeah, I probably just had it as like a normal, regular. Done. Okay. And now we're gonna do the thing where I sit here and like space this out so that the ping all like aligns nicely with the Chinese characters above it. And this is kind of why like I didn't really want to do this because it's so painful. This is so tedious and painful. Is that kind of good? Maybe. Oh, no, you know what? This is why I had my ping as left aligned, because then I can just add the spaces without the center line messing things up. So we're gonna kind of like start this here. And we're just gonna adjust the spacing here until this looks right. Okay, so here, probably one too many spaces here. Riveting stuff, isn't it, guys? Book layouts are so fun. Okay, so Chinese text, English text. No, Chinese text, ping, and we're gonna do the English. So English is gonna go here. We're gonna go English text, and would have been smart if I remembered where I put my English text was. So let's jump over here for, where did I even put this? Here we go. Here's my English text, which I'm just gonna, let's minimize that. Really? I didn't do a final one. Okay. Okay. I did not save the final English text in there. Where did I save it? Ah, guys, this is like why you should definitely have your files in order before you do this, because this is so paper. Oh, smart, Deb. Smart. Like, your Pages doc has it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because my Pages doc is just a literal translation instead of the actual full text. Okay. All right, never mind. I'm pretty sure this is the final text of this. Last edit 23rd June. Yeah, I would guess this is final text. Okay, so here we go. Paste. There we go. Alright, the English text, I do want align center. I do want that. Okay. Yeah, thereabouts. Let's go and have a look very quickly at what the previous version looked like. Because I just kind of, we'll just have a look at the ebook, which is nice and simple. Because I just want to make sure I haven't done like anything super weird to the text as I've updated this. Okay, I think that English text is a little too no, don't move the picture. Right. This is what I was afraid of in Scribus. Like, just things would get really, really fiddly to move around. So I kind of want... So what I'm going to do to make sure this stays centered is I'm going to actually move this so that it just kind of always is the width of the whole page. Yeah. Because in that way, I can make sure the text is all centered. Oh, I hate that so much. This like drives me mental. It's like the worst part of my OCD colliding with everything else. No. Oh, that's right. So in Scribus, your bleeds are a minus point, so you kind of have to do everything minus. Okay, and that has moved this, so I'm just going to move that back over. Yay, we have done one page, and it is like, we're almost 2 hours in. This is going to take freaking forever. That's fine. Okay, that is fine. We are going to move on. So we're going to copy, and I'm going to go over here, and we're going to paste. Oh, thank goodness that worked. Okay, I think I can close the style manage now. And hopefully this is going to go way faster. So second line. Like, a part of me feels like I should come in here and do the color coding that I've got in here as well, because like that would add to something. Like, the reason I've done the color coding in the back pages is so you've got an exact translation and you can kind of pick up the grammatical structure from just looking at the translation. But as you can see, guys, like with how fiddly this is, I'm a bit like, I really don't want to do that, because if I do that, we are going to be here like all day. And I do not want to be here doing ebook layouts all day. So, see, this is like, again, very fiddly. Maybe I'm just bad at using the mouse. I don't know, guys. And maybe that's why. So, I'm gonna go over here. Right, 2 pages done. Yay. All right, we're making progress. we are making progress. So, let's move that all down a little bit, just so it's not like right on top of my character's foot. Oh no, you know what? Like it can be, that's right, because on this page I actually split up the text. So let's see, I had this here, which means I had this kind of like, I feel like it would have been here. Let's check the ebook. Yeah, so I kind of had it there. I don't know why I'm like a little obsessed about having everything being centered right now, because I was like not this precise when I was laying it out in Procreate. I was just kind of like, woo, where does the text fit? Oh, here, I'll just stick it there, I guess. Okay, here we go. Oh, so painful. Okay. No. Oh. Oh. Okay. We go. Spaces. I wish like someone would just invent a font where like this would just automatically happen and I don't kind of have to like lay it out like this. Okay, where's the new picture? There we go. And we need the new text. So what this will hopefully do is let me go and do a complete, did I do punctuation on the English? No, I didn't do any punctuation on the English. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna come back in here and turn off all my punctuation. I don't know why, like it's just like punctuating a kid's picture book in here. Like I was gonna totally do the punctuation as well, because when I wrote it all as like a long form short poem thing where like you could see it all in one page, I definitely had punctuation on the individual lines in both languages. But like for whatever reason, doing all of the punctuation on the pages when you have like the lines separated out like this is it was weird. Like I don't know why, it just kind of looked weird on the page. Nobody has raised this as a concern right now, so I'm just gonna kind of go with it and leave it out. But yeah, like just like I don't know what it is. It was just kind of like weird looking on the page. So that's why I haven't done punctuation. I don't know if that's sacrilegious. Maybe it's sacrilegious. So here we go. Oh, I could have just copied it from the previous page, but let's keep going. There's a method to this madness. Hopefully the other thing that will happen as a result of doing this is that the text will be a little sharper when printed, because it's kind of on its own layer and the fonts will be embedded. Whereas like with doing the fonts from Procreate, they can get like fuzzed out just because of the way Procreate handles exporting everything as an image. So yeah, this is one of those things that I should have just done in a desktop publishing program from the beginning, because would have saved me so much time. Because the other thing that people do in my particular niche is they do separate standalone translations of their books, right? So the main product in my niche is they do bilingual books. Like that's the main draw, like that's your main audience that you're targeting. But because you've done both languages, like what people then often do is they will publish a standalone English version and a standalone version in like the other language, whatever it is that they're doing. Now I did not do this because I was just like, oh, like, you know, too many things. I just went with the one bilingual version, but that probably has meant I've lost sales somewhere. Now, why doesn't this text fit perfectly? Oh, I'm just gonna kind of like this is not great. I'm just gonna go with that. How the heck did I manage to fit it before? Did I like do some magical like text manipulation stuff? I don't know. Like somehow I managed to fit all of this like under the exact character. It's not perfect. Whatever. Like I'm a little bit like care factor at the minute because this is just taking so long and I just absolutely hate doing this. This is not the part of my job that I enjoy as a self-published author. This is like the worst part of my job. What the heck did I even do? Oh, maybe I made the font sizes smaller. Okay. Here, I can do that because I can do that without it being too painful, because I'm just going to go back into my styles and I'm going to edit this Ping style here. And I am going to make this, what font size should I make it? Character style 12. What if I just bump this down to 11? What does that do? Does that kind of look better? Ish, kinda, maybe. Oh, what if I go 10? I feel like I don't want to go any lower than a 10. Yeah, oh, maybe I must have had it at a 10-point font. Okay, we're gonna scroll back up and like fix these guys here. And this is why book layout is just so painful. I hate fixing this. This is just kill me right now. I would love to be actually working on my second book, but I'm here fixing errors in my first book because yeah, I screwed up on this text here, so that's why we're fixing it, because those are kind of some really bad errors. So if you just joined us on stream right now, I am here fixing the errors that I had in my first book because I apparently don't understand how tones work in Ping, which is this romanized text that I'm editing here for Cantonese specifically. And so Ping is like kind of the one of the more popular romanization systems for the Cantonese language. You're probably familiar with Pinyin, which is the Mandarin equivalent. And I would say that really weird because I'm used to saying it in Cantonese, and in Cantonese we call it Pingyum, which is very different from how a Mandarin speaker would say it. So I then like get very confused about it because then I also think of the English way of writing it, which is Pinyin, and then I just like get very confused and I screw up the pronunciation. Anyway, all right, we have fixed those guys. I hate page layout so much. So, yeah. So anyway, I had errors in here, so I am going just to space all of this out so that you can actually see the romanization underneath each of the Chinese characters. And I kind of have to get this right because like this was my entire marketing thing for doing these books, which was the idea that you were going to be able to have a Cantonese book that was actually in Cantonese and that you could actually read without having to constantly refer to a dictionary, because that was what pissed me off the most about reading most of the Chinese books I already had at home with my daughter. It was because I can't read Chinese, so every single time I would sit there and I'd just be like, I don't know what that character is. I have to sit there with a dictionary to figure out what, number one, that character is, two, how to pronounce it, three, what it means, and then I would, four, have to actually say it out loud and then explain it to my 3-year-old at the time. And she was just like, by that time, like, you know, she had just completely lost interest. Like, kids have such a short attention span that trying to read to her in Cantonese was just a massive chore. So I wanted to write a book that wasn't going to have any of those problems, but it does give me lots of other painful problems, like the fact that I have to sit here and like just manually space all of this stuff out. Okay, so we have done that page. Now I'm just gonna go and, because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna go and pick up these text objects which I have already set up. And we're just going to paste them in here and roughly kind of move it to where, yeah, there. That looks all right. Okay, so now we are on page 8. Oh, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. It'll be okay. So, where is my corrected text? Here we go. Just look at all the pain I could have saved myself if I had just properly laid all of this out in Scribus in the first place, instead of taking a shortcut and doing my text in Procreate. That was a really dumb move as a first-time author, and it just goes to show that you should really, really think about the end result of your process, because every single time you take a shortcut in your process in that rush to publication, just to try and get your book out there, just to try and get it through to the next stage as possible, like every single shortcut you do, it's just gonna come and bite you later on, because inevitably you are gonna screw up somewhere, and then you're gonna have to spend how many hours has it been? 2 hours right now, and I'm only up to page 8 fixing your mistakes. And to some extent, like, this isn't so bad. Like, it could be a lot worse. But like, picture books are just so fiddly. I'm actually, I think, gonna be really excited when I can move on and do like a prose novel or something, because I'm not gonna have to deal with like fiddly little layout like this, where I'm like literally trying to get everything pixel perfect. Oh, what did I do with this text? I feel like on this particular page I had to do something funky with the text because it was not gonna fit nicely, because I decided to illustrate this with a sofa in the middle, because I don't know. Like, sometimes I'm just like, honestly, would this illustration lose anything if you didn't have this red sofa in here? Maybe, maybe not. But at the time when I was drawing this, I was just kind of like trying to put as much of our everyday life into the book, just so my daughter would see this and be like, hey, I recognize that. That's me. That's our house. That's like, you know, that's this person, that's this thing and that thing. So I just kind of like put everything in there, and I was just like, oh, I don't know, what do we have in our living room? We have our couch. Like, that was our couch at the time. Obviously, you can see me sitting on a very different couch right now. So we don't have that couch anymore, and it doesn't seem to make a difference to her. She still enjoys reading the book, so I'm a bit like, I could have saved myself some agony if I didn't have this couch right here, because look what it is doing with my English text. Now I have to shift the English text over. Oh wow, I did not notice. Because I did not notice that when I pasted this, it has not pasted over like that. There you go. So what does that mean? Did it like paste it funny for these other pages as well? What if I just kind of like do this, shift it over a bit? Yeah, I'll just go with that. Where did you paste? No, you pasted fine. So did you. Oh, no, you didn't. So what's going on here? So, okay. It's because Scribus treats the bleeds here as like a -3 position, so it did like a weird thing when I pasted from the left page to the right page, because the left page, these text boxes were positioned at like a -3mm on the x-axis, whereas there is no -3 on the x-axis on the right pages, because the right page doesn't have a bleed here on the left hand side. The bleed on the right page is on this part, on the right hand side of the page over here. Okay, that's why Scribus is being consistent. I was just being dumb and copying from objects on like the wrong side of the page, like things that you just don't, I think, realize when you're not working every day in a desktop publishing program. It's just like this is kind of like just not instinctive for me. I'm sure somebody who is more experienced with laying out and formatting books would just be like, oh, that's just such a new mistake to make. But like, honestly, I come in here and I do this like once a book, hopefully. That's the goal. I would like to be doing this once per book instead of like as frequently as I have been, because it's just so painful. And why did I put that text here? Oh yeah, I have a feeling it's because, okay, so the other thing that I should have set up in here is I should have set up some guides. So I have a feeling that the text here is like this far down despite me having this much space, because IngramSpark likes to have 16 mil margins around all of its text and stuff. So yeah, I have a feeling that's why I didn't put it any higher. My rulers are really tiny, so I can't actually see what the numbers are on the ruler at this distance, but I have a feeling that it's like 16 mils. Oh, I don't really want to go back through those earlier pages and restart. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it for now. Focus tab, focus. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy that down and get it to this point. Okay. So I have a feeling I'm gonna have to like just kind of shift things around a little bit, because I remember when I was first getting proofs done on IngramSpark, I did like a crapload of changes on this page, because every time it came back from the proof, it was like, oh, this part is like missing and outside the margin area, or whatever. So it was just like really painful. So one thing I will do definitely for book 2, which I really should do right now, but I feel like doing it right now would send me down a Google rabbit hole of how to set up guides properly in Scribus, and I don't want to get distracted, because I do actually want to finish fixing this on my book, is to set up all of my guides. Like that would just be extremely helpful. Having the guides there and not having to guess at, oh, look at that, I did include punctuation here, huh? Now I'm second guessing about whether or not I should include punctuation. I feel like I can include punctuation here because it's like on the same page. I don't know. Really don't know about punctuation. Do you guys have an opinion on punctuation in kids' books, like when it's like poetry like this and it's kind of like split up across pages? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. I just feel like when I had the punctuation in there like consistently on every line, it just looked really, really off on the page. I don't know why. Like it was just I like the punctuation was kind of distracting or something from stuff. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's just shift this up. Oh, that looks so cramped. That looks so cramped. What can I do? I can... Well, first let's go in and space this out so this looks nice. And we've got the Romanized pronunciation guide underneath each character. Also, thank goodness that on Scribus, at least when I do multiple spaces like this, it doesn't do the stupid Apple autocorrect where like if you double space after something, it I think automatically inserts a period. It does that everywhere else though, and it's kind of driving me nuts because I don't know how to turn that off. Maybe, did I just shrink the text on this page? What did I do? Like, how did it fit there before? I have a feeling that maybe that's what I did. I think I just kind of went, oh, it's too big. Yeah, I think I just squished the English text down. I kind of don't want to be constantly changing my font sizes like throughout the book though. Like that is one of the things that really annoys me about kids' picture books for some reason. Like when the font size just arbitrarily changes for reasons. I know in kids' books they generally do that for emphasis, but I feel like there are better ways to do emphasis if you're going to kind of treat the text as part of the illustrations. I'm gonna just shrink it by 2 points. Oh, not enough. 22. How about that? Okay. All right, we're just gonna go with that for now. And then I'm just gonna cheat and move this bottom one up a little bit more in a second. Yeah, so one of the other kids books that I literally we walked into the bookstore, I think it was a Dimmicks here in Australia, because my daughter got invited to her first birthday party and we needed to go shopping for a birthday present, and I honestly hate hate it when people give my daughter like toys, because toys just kind of like a minefield, really. I feel like, because like people have opinions on toys and whether or not certain toys are appropriate, and I know I got extremely judgmental when people give my daughter like toys that I think are just not great. And so I was just like, okay, we are not getting her friend any toys, because it's just like that's a minefield that I did not want to be dealing with. But so I was like, okay, let's go get your friend some books, because books are great. Everybody loves books, right? So off we went to the bookstore to get books, and we walked out with a book for her friend, but we also walked out with a book for her, because we saw this book on the shelf, and the book is super cute. The name of the book is called the diddle that dumbed, and like I just had to get it as a composer, because I was just like, this is the greatest book in the world. And it is literally the whole book basically has musical notes as characters. It is like, it is so great, and the text is fantastic, because it really just uses a lot of really cool book layout techniques that really help with this story. And I never realized that book layout could be done in a way that enhances the storytelling, because I don't know, like you can see very much right now, like as I'm doing mine, I'm just like, oh, like this is just annoying, finicky formatting stuff that I just really don't want to deal with, and would rather not have to deal with. Like, I would be perfectly happy if there was a program somewhere that completely automated entirely like the whole layout process for me, because I really don't enjoy dealing with this, guys. Like in my mind, this is like super fiddly and just annoying stuff that you can pay a monkey to do, or arguably not pay a monkey to do if you can have a computer do it for you for free. Or maybe you can like pay someone to program a computer to do it for you. But anyway, I found that in this book, the Diddle That Dumbed book, they actually found a way to use like the book layout to really enhance the storytelling. So there's like whole spreads in this book where all you see is the like, if you're musical, like you know how like you have musical lines on a page, like on a staff. So they had like double spreads where they just had these cute little musical note character things, and they were just like going through and doing really cute things. Like my daughter loves it, simply loves it. And it, like, I was super jealous of that book, because I was like, this book would have been so quick to write, I'm guessing, because like there isn't really all that much to the text. Like I can definitely see how if you could come up with the concept, it would be fairly quick to come up with the text as a whole. Like probably there was a bunch of refinement just to like make the text a little, you know, read a little smoother and all of those things. And I'm definitely not saying that if you feel the need to have your children's books edited, you should not get it edited. Like, this is completely up to you as to what you feel necessary for. But I was just like, this is just a great book. I like book envy, major book envy, guys. I wish my book was as fun as that particular book, because it is just, oh, it is just so good. Anyway, yeah, like, so I really kind of want to do something like that in my second book, which will be a bit of a challenge, because oh no, I didn't want to space there. Even now, as I'm drawing the second book, I'm just like thinking about the layout, and I'm not even sure that I have left enough space for the text, because what I usually do with my books is I do the pictures first, and I kind of leave like some gaps for the text. But more often than not, I have found that, why am I spacing this out? Because I have not even like copied in the right text here. Good job, Deb. Getting extremely distracted talking about other people's fun children's books instead of like focusing on the task. Yeah, because I have found that I don't know, like I do the drawings first. Bizarrely enough, like not to say I do the drawings first, like I definitely have the text, like I know what I'm drawing because I base my sketches for the drawings off of what I have got in the words. Like, so the words are kind of like my brief to myself as the illustrator. But definitely while I'm illustrating, like I'm not necessarily thinking about the words on a page, which is probably a new and an inexperienced illustrator mistake for sure. I don't know. I just kind of can't keep that many things in my head at once. And also, I don't really want to redo because I was so conscious of this mistake I had made on the first book, which is like to include my text within my illustrations in Procreate, which is the whole reason why I'm spending like this really painful time this morning redoing it in Scribus. Is like I knew I had stuffed up by doing my text in my illustration files last time, so I don't want to do that with the second book. But having said that, what I do find very hard to do is like keeping the text in mind, and whether specifically it's all going to fit on the page if I don't actually have the text like physically there on the page as I'm drawing it. It's just kind of very tricky for me. Okay, so another page done. Exciting stuff. Okay, I'm gonna copy it from that page because this next page is kind of weird in the text placement. It's just kind of here because this was another page where I was like, I did the drawing, and then I was just like, oh, where does the text go? And then later on I changed the text in response to beta reader feedback, so then my text kind of like didn't really fit where it was before. So okay, I don't need to be that precise with this page. So where is left side of the page? Here it is. Here's the left side of the page. All right, and we're gonna grab the text. Yeah, the one nice thing about writing a book in Chinese, I gotta say, is that for the most part, because it was all like rhyming, once I got the rhyme down, like everything can, like everything about the text is just like the exact same length, because you don't have to mess around with like alignment or font spacing or anything like that, because it's just like all the characters take up like the same amount of space. And that was really nice. Is that kind of weird to have it there? I don't know. We're just gonna go with it. Oh, what did I do? I hate this fiddliness so much. Let's move that back here, and where is it? Here we go. Can you imagine trying to do this for a longer picture book? I'm really glad I went with like 24 pages only, because I basically, no, 24, 28. No, I have 13 spreads, I think. I have 13 spreads of story, and then I have one spread of literal translation. Then I have a spread that's like back matter stuff, basically. Yeah, I could not imagine trying to do this painful process for a longer picture book. So I don't actually know how long I'm going to be writing these picture books for. I feel like I might call it a day when my daughter gets a bit too old for these, because I'm just going to be like, do I really want to keep writing picture books like when she's 13 and, you know, not reading in this particular format anymore? Like, that might be too much. I don't think I actually have the Cantonese skills to do that. I would have to get a lot better at my Chinese to be able to do that. And also, I don't think rhyming books are a thing for preteens, tweens. Like, what are people calling them now? Tweens? Like, I just don't see them as all that common. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not there's actually a market for that out there. But in my head, I'm kind of like, okay, when she gets old enough to do that. We're probably going to just start transitioning to Chinese books by, you know, authors who are actually fluent at writing in Chinese, because I'm definitely not fluent at writing in Chinese, rather than me trying to write more like that, because it's just gonna, like, the time it's gonna take me to write it properly is just gonna be way longer than it's worth, and I'm pretty sure I would not be getting a good ROI on that. Like, my ability to write a satisfying story in Chinese, I think it's going to be significantly below my ability to write a satisfying story in English, which I am much better at than Chinese. Yep, here we go. That's the right page. You know what? Now that spacing looks really weird. I don't like that. Should I just override it in here? Maybe I can just, no paragraph effects. Yeah, you know what? I am going to color and effects. No, fixed line spacing. What is 1.5 of 22? I don't know. 36? Nope. Very much not 36. I just kind of want to space this out a little bit. Like, it just looks a little squishy like that. Like, is that better? That feels like it's better. I don't know, like English text when it's like all squeezed up like that next to the Chinese text, when it's kind of more spaced out, because I have to have it spaced out to fit the Yu Ping in there. Like, that's just kind of weird. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna, I just did 30-point spacing. That kind of looks fine. Somewhere out there, there is like a book formatter who was watching this live stream and just like being absolutely horrified at what I'm doing. I'm sorry in advance. I'm sorry if that's you. I apologize. If I should be doing something else, let me know in the comments. I will fix that. I will learn. I'm open to learning. That's what I love to do. Okay, so oh yeah, let's copy in the right English text. Like, that would be helpful. Last thing I want to do is introduce a brand new error in the text as I'm fixing this, which is like why I hate revisions. I just honestly think every time you have a revision, because you're having to come in here and fiddle with your files manually, like, you're just increasing, stop scrolling, you're just increasing the risk of introducing new errors into your text every time, which is why I'm just like, oh, the less times you touch a file, the better. Like, you just don't want to be constantly tweaking with your files, because like one stray key press and I don't know, you could have like deleted a whole page or a whole sentence or whatever. I know for sure when I was working in audit and we were doing like the same checks on financial statements. So if you guys don't know, what auditors do, like when a company publishes their financial statements, is we go in and we check them, right? Like, so we do a bunch of work to make sure that the numbers that they're putting in there are, you know, not horribly inflated and unrealistic, and, you know, has no bearing or resemblance to what reality actually looks like. But in addition to that, we also go through and, you know, do a bunch of checks to make sure that the document that they're physically putting out and saying, you know, is their financial statements that have been audited, actually are the numbers that we signed off on. And so there is this like really painful process that we do, which is the equivalent of proofreading, really, in a publication process, because we literally print off these massive financial documents and we sit there and we go and tick every single number, every single word off, to make sure that, you know, we agree with it and the company is not misrepresenting anything in what they're publishing. And I would absolutely hate that process, because it was honestly the most agonizing and painful thing ever. Like, I had clients who would just have so many errors in their financial statements that I was literally like, are you guys not checking these before you're sending these to us? Like, I don't understand how things are changing in between versions. Like there were things that were correct. There would be things that were correct in one version that would, you know, show up in the next version and be just you're just like, why is that wrong now? Like I ticked it off in the last version, it is wrong in this version. Like why is this happening? um and like it was really hard to understand it at the time because like I wasn't the person sitting there having to lay out everything and prepare it all. But sitting here and doing like the book layout for my book, I'm just like, oh, I get it. I get why. Like, it's really, really fiddly. And, you know, if your program, like, if your program has linked stuff up internally so that things that logically you've updated in one place should update in another place, and then, like, something's buggy with that program and it doesn't, yeah, like, you know, I can see why. I can see why it would not be working well. Um, but yeah, at the time, oh man, like I remember going through a set of financial statements like 13 times. Like 13 times I went through the same document, like 13 revisions. It was beyond ridiculous, and I was just so frustrated at the end of it all. Especially because, like, you know, these things tend to have really, really crazy tight deadlines. So if you did not get through like the 300-page document um, within like an hour, like you were just not going to make that deadline. And it gets to the point where you just like not even really seeing um, like what's in front of you. Like you're just literally going, oh, I don't know, like you stop recognizing the words as words. You're basically just looking at the thing and going, oh, like, you know, I see a bunch of text here, or like, you know, whatever. And you're just like, it resembles exactly the shape of the text that I saw in the previous version, which at some point in this very long and drawn out process, I agreed to a spreadsheet that I had checked, and we know that that is like the correct number to put there. And you're just literally ticking off things between versions to make sure they're exactly the same, and nobody has introduced any new errors in the process. Like that is literally what you're doing. So, oh, like, let's just say that is not a career, not a part of that portion of my career that I miss, because it was just, oh, it was not fun. There was like a time where I think for whatever reason we had like it was a very difficult audit, and we had just gotten up to, I think we just signed off on the numbers at something stupid at like 8 p.m. At night. I think it was on a Monday night, and they were releasing the financial statements on Tuesday morning. And like, you know, we signed up on the numbers at 8 p.m., but that did not mean that we were okay with the financial statement, like with the actual document that had to go out, because there were still errors. Like there were numbers that we had agreed, like this is the final number, and that was not the number in the final financial statement. So like we were sitting there constantly ticking off versions between 8 p.m. at night, and I don't think we finished until like it had to have been 1 in the morning. Yeah, it was 1 in the morning, because like the day before, I remember we were there, I was there, and I left the client's office at 3 in the morning. I took a cab home, and I got home because it was I left the client's office at 3 in the morning, took a cab home, because I lived very far away from the client's office at the time. The cab took like, you know, it was like I want to say it was like, oh, maybe it wasn't, because like the cab took all the tolls and everything to and it was like 3 in the morning, so there was no traffic. So I got home at like maybe 3:30 in the morning, and then I think I don't even remember if I like brushed my teeth or anything. I think I just fell into bed. I was like that tired, and then basically slept for like 2 hours or something, and then got up because I do not get to take a cab back. Like, so here's the thing with working late in audit, right? Like, so if I work super late, so the cutoff, there was like a cutoff time. If I worked past 8 p.m., I think you could order dinner and you could also take a cab home. Reasonable, right? Like, they don't kind of want you going home like on public transport or whatever, like after hours, like you get to charge that to clients. So I could take a cab home like at 8 p.m. Like that was all fine. So cabbing home at 3 in the morning was fine. But going to work is like a personal expense. Or like a cost of like, because it's like, well, you know, you determine where you live personally, so going to work is like a personal expense. So you cannot charge so you cannot charge a cab like to work, even though like, but if you're commuting from your normal place of residence to a client's place, you can charge that, because then that's travel expenses to the client. Very like the expense claim policy was just like, everyone was trying to read that to interpret like how you could try and get like as much uh of your not your expenses back, yeah, basically, because like quite often people like who were driving to clients would collect, you could, so if you were driving to clients, you could charge your mileage, right? You could charge it as like, there was like a certain rate set per kilometer that you could charge. So people would quite often like get a nice little payment of a mileage allowance when you drove to your clients. I didn't drive because like parking was then hell. Usually I really tried to avoid driving whenever I could, because driving meant that I had to like, you know, actually focus and pay attention to the road, instead of, you know, doing more work so that I didn't have to keep doing work when I got home, or you know, sleeping on the bus. Like I used to like to do that. So I generally tried to avoid driving if I could. But that meant that in situations like when I, you know, had been at the client's office until 3 in the morning and I got home at, you know, a stupid hour of the day, it did mean that I couldn't then also charge that I couldn't like charge the trip back to the client's office the next day. And like, so I think I went home and slept for, did I even sleep for 2 hours? Maybe not even. I think I slept for like 90 minutes maybe by the time I fell into bed. And then I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Did I shower? I think I might have brushed my hair and like changed my clothes so it wouldn't look like I had, you know, just very obviously just slept in the clothes that I had been in. And I got on the bus so that I could show back up at the client's office at 7 a.m. the next day. At the time, we had like our own security passes, because like we were just in there at all hours. Like we were there so early and so late that we couldn't rely on reception to be there. Yeah, that was not a fun part of my life. It was a really unhealthy work life balance, and I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that despite everything, the firms have not really found a way to make it more sustainable. Like when I left the accounting firms, like it was just, it was not it was really not a happy space. There were like so many people who were very unhappy about how hard and unsustainable and mentally unhealthy the work life balance was, that then COVID hit, right? And then yeah, then there were just like all these firms that were trying to keep on keeping on, you know, because reporting deadlines don't move. Like even if there's a pandemic on, like reporting deadlines still happen. Although some I think some exchanges and stuff like gave an allowance or an extension to reporting deadlines. I think I'm not sure, maybe the SEC gave an extension to some companies that were heavily impacted by the pandemic. But by and large, it's like, you know, you still need to report. Like the end of the financial year still arrives whether or not there's a pandemic. And so like for most firms, like the work was still there. You still had to do it. But like just without all of the normal infrastructure and stuff around you. And so what I hear is that since the pandemic, it's just been really brutal because like at least like for me, I felt that like we would complain about always being on because like the firms invested very early on in like oh my gosh, what do you call them? Like before like hotspotting was like a thing and reliable, like we had like these the special cards like the 3G, 4G, 5G. No, 5G wouldn't have been there at the time. Like we had 4G wireless cards that we were expected to plug into our laptops so that we could work from anywhere. And so like, you know, and so there was always like this expectation that like if stuff happened, you would just log on at home and deal with it. But like for the most part, like when you left the office, like and you were kind of like done and you shut down for the day, like for the most part you could kind of be like, okay, like, you know, that's it, I'm switching off and like this is like me time now until unless and unless I don't know, you got like an urgent text from the partner or like whatever saying like, you know, you have to fix this thing like right now because of course you do. So yeah, like from what I hear with the pandemic, and everybody being expected to work from home, like even that small like resemblance of like a vague kind of boundary between work life, just like it isn't there anymore. And I am so glad I am not in practice anymore because like that would just suck. Like not being able to have that kind of balance. It's really not healthy. Mind you, like in some ways, I think the pressure as a self-published author um, is like it's like the same but different because when you're self-publishing, right? Like it's all you. So every time that you are not working on your book, it means like it takes you longer to get the next book out. And as we all know, the main rule in self-publishing is you need to have frequent and consistent releases. And why can I not select this box here? Come on, Scribus. There we go. Got it. So you kind of feel like as a self-published author that you need to be constantly working on your book, or your like you constantly feel like you need to be working on your next book, or you need to be promoting your last book, or you need to be like just promoting yourself generally, or like you just kind of constantly do feel the need to be working all the time. But like at least at the end of the day, like you get to kind of call the shots on that point. So if you're a bit like you know what, I need to take a break, you kind of can do that. Whereas I felt like the environment in the firms was just a bit like you didn't feel like you could do that. You there was like so much competitive pressure that if you were not delivering, like you were just gone. Like it'd be like that's it for your next promotion, that's it for your next performance review. Like you're not going to get a good rating. You know you're going to get performance managed and all of that stuff. Like it was just a very difficult environment to work in. And like I think they're getting better these days. Like there's definitely a lot more awareness of that kind of stuff, but the whole thing is just so inherent in the whole culture of the consulting industries that I really don't know how they're going to fix it until I don't know, the world at large realizes that like you can't run people like machines, because people are not machines. Like we're humans and we need, you know, time to relax and to recover, and we can't just be constantly on like 24/7. Like nobody can do that. That's really not healthy. So yeah. Hang on. All right, what have we got here? Anyway, so I didn't plan to go on a massive rant about the consulting slash audit industry, but if you've ever wondered about what it was like, well, now you know. It is it is not great. It is not great. The thing I do love about self-publishing is you've just got so much more control over your schedule and on what you're working on and what is and isn't a priority. And coming from that big four consulting environment, like that's become really important to me because it's just like at least you know at least if things go wrong, if things go wrong, then I have control over it, and if I disagree with something, then I can do something about it, you know, and then it's not going to be anybody's fault except my own, which is scary, but also kind of good because you get feedback that is really fast, I think, and feedback that's relevant. Whereas I felt like a lot of the time, in the firms anyway, like sometimes the feedback was like more politically motivated than anything, and it could be very political in the firms, and I just did not like dealing with that. I didn't like dealing with any of the politics. Okay, hang on. Let's see. 206. Okay. All right, so we are now back where I need to start making this aligned again. Oh no, what have I done? No. Changed the wrong thing. Okay, so here we go. So I need to make this 206 wide, and I want to position this to -3. There we go. All right. I just wanted to make sure my text was centered again because it was not before. So just gonna nudge that over. Okay. And let's pick up the right page over here. We are just in at, wow, what is it? We're at the halfway mark, and it's already 12:40 here in Sydney. So I don't think we're gonna get through my whole agenda today. Like that's gonna have to be for another day. But on a plus side, I feel pretty good for the fact that I'm actually making progress on this, because without doing this live stream, I have my doubts about whether or not I was ever actually going to get around to fixing these errors, and I really needed to. So thank you guys for being here with me and sitting through this with me, because otherwise, I would not be getting this done. Okay. Oh, and that page, thankfully, it's just a picture, so I don't have any text to update on that page, which is great. All right, what is the next page that I needed to do? So, oh no, because I've taken the things off. Yes, Deb, you need to actually fix this page as well, because you are not doing any images on this. Oh, okay, this one's different. What to do? I might just do a new text box down here for it. Maybe. So we're gonna do this as Chinese text. Okay. All right. Yeah, so see, this is another example where I'm just like, it looked weird without the punctuation in the middle. And now I need to go find a Chinese semicolon. I just gotta copy one from here. And what do I do? I should probably put one in here just while I'm at it, because I've got one on this page, and it will look a bit weird if like my punctuation didn't actually match up here. Yeah, okay. All right, let's do that. which also means I need to put one down here. Except then I don't need to include it when I do the little ping down here. I'm really not a fan of how Scribus like just moves around. Like what I would really love for Scribus is like if I could just set like it not to have continuous scroll. Because that would just help me a lot because I don't know, my mouse is a little out of control. Whenever I'm working in here, I always feel like I accidentally do like something with my mouse and then it just like makes the page go scrolling crazy. No, I'm gonna do 2 of these just so I don't have to go spacing around. Let's just put that there for now. Okay, alright. Let's get the next page. Is it this one? No, this one. Yay, we are getting towards the end of the book. This is so painful. Yeah, I'm not sure what this cough thing I have going on is. Like, to be honest, it is like I've had this for a while and it's just kind of like not really going away. I've been drinking like lots of stuff with honey and like warm drinks and stuff, but it's just like it's just persistent. I'm not really sure why. It is definitely not COVID related because we all went and got tested, and after like an agonizing wait for our test results, because in addition to the vaccine rollout in Sydney being not just Sydney actually, in Australia being completely incompetent, our testing facilities here are also like not great. So we've got facilities split between what is it? We've got facilities split between the public hospitals and also private providers. So I've had to go and get tested twice when I was just like not feeling great, and when I also thought that I had been in casual contact with somebody who'd been in close contact with somebody. And the first time I went, I think I went to one that was it was like a publicly administered one. And I gotta say, like, the process for that was very smooth. Like, I could do a walk-in, like, no problem, because I wasn't driving at the time. And, like, I just rocked up and, you know, sat down in a place where, like, everybody was, you know, socially distanced, and they had people come up, and we all scanned QR codes with our phones, and we, you know, entered our own details and stuff. Like, so that was a very intelligent process designed for those guys, by the way, because the trickiest part of any process when you have data involved is like the actual data entry. Like, data entry is just a pain in the backside. So if you can get people to do their own data entry, or to like get the data entry done at the earliest part of the process and then have controls over that data, then it just kind of makes the rest of the process way less painful. So the publicly the first testing clinic I went to, they did that. They were smart. They had a web form up which linked up on the back end to their systems, and they gave us all a QR code to scan, which we did, and that was both to check in and to also like fill out your information to get tested. So like you just put all your you know, details in there about like your medical information, contact details, all of that. Like you just did all of that. So you knew that they had the correct information for you. Whereas the second time I went, and this was like a private clinic, like, so we drove up, because it was one of the things where I think walk-ins were not accepted, and like it was one of those like drive-through things. And so we just literally showed up, and like they shoved a piece of paper at us through the car window, and like they were just like, okay, fill this out. And we were like, oh, okay, like, you know, do we have a pen? Like, who keeps pens and stuff around? Like, this, well, we don't keep pens in the car, like, because why would I keep a pen in the car? I don't really need pens in the car anymore. So we had to fill that out, manual, like handwriting, which is terrible. Like, if you ever want people to have accurate data entry, do not ever get them to handwrite anything, because as we all know, like, people's handwriting is highly variable, and it is so very. Oh, I changed this line. Hang on, I've just got to focus on what I'm doing here for a second, because I forgot I changed this line really late. Why did I change it? I think it's because I changed it for the prosody of the rhyme, and Scribus is not happy with me. So what did I change it to? Where am I? Let's just go to this. Yep. Okay. So, oh, what have I got accidentally selected? Okay. So text. Stop moving around. Text. Okay. I think I've changed it to I've presents to open. Count them. Oh, what have I done? Why is this text not lining up? Okay, so. There we go. Count them. There's 10. Like, this is what I mean about, like, Scribus just constantly jumping around when I'm, like, not jumping around. Okay, I think that's correct. I'm just gonna get rid of this image with the text on it so I can actually see the new text that I put on there. That would be nice, assuming that my server doesn't die. Okay, but yeah, like, so if you ever want to have accurate data input, you need people to not be handwriting stuff down. Like, that is just a recipe for errors. Like, the number one cause of data entry errors is, like, literally human error, because, like, there's been, you know, something manually written and somebody else somewhere couldn't read it, and then, like, they couldn't read it, and when they were doing manual data entry, like, they typed it wrong. So it's best just to not have that at all. And so I was really kind of shocked that they had that kind of poor process design at a clinic, which presumably you would want very accurate data entry. It was just like not good. I was like, why are you doing this? Like, this is just a bad idea, guys. Anyway, so of course we you know, did what they told us, like, did our handwriting. I tried to be neat. I really did try. My handwriting is not great. Like, I do not have nice handwriting. Some people just have beautiful handwriting. I was never one of those people. Like, my handwriting was always horrendous. Anyway, we tried, and lo and behold, like, when we got when we got home, like, the next day, my husband actually gets a text saying, hey, like, you know, your your sample's been collected and it's gone to the lab and blah blah blah. And I was just like, oh, hang on a minute. Like, why did you get a text and why did I not get a text? Like, that's kind of weird. Like, we went together, so shouldn't we have the, like, shouldn't, like, if you get a text, like, shouldn't I get a text? And yeah, but clearly no. Clearly, that was not the case for what this particular testing facility expected. So I did not get a text, and, like, because they were so unprepared for the volumes, because, you know, Australia's and in particular New South Wales has just kind of been having real issues managing the Delta variant. They were just like, yeah, like, the phone lines are so busy that you literally cannot get through. And I thought for the longest time, like, they had just turned off the phone lines completely, because I was calling and calling and calling, and all I would keep getting is this pre-recorded message. And after the pre-recorded message plays, it literally just cuts you off. Like, it just hangs up on you. And I was like, what, have you actually cut off the phone lines? Because I've never been on a, like, phone line where if you're on hold, right, like, if there's just too many calls in the queue, that I've never known it to actually cut you off and just, like, hang up on you. You're just, you know, generally on hold forever. Time Warner. So I was like, what is going on? Like, why am I, like, why are they hanging up on me? Anyway, the only way we could figure out what happened to our test results, because I was like, you know, is it a data entry issue? Like, did they typo my phone number when they finally put everything in, and so, you know, they've just texted the wrong person, and that's why I don't have my results. Like, what's the deal here? Um, so yeah, like we went back to the same place to just kind of like be, hey, like, you know, do you have any info? Like, did our samples all go? Like, was it all fine? And they were like, yeah, like, no, it all went at the same time. Um, but they didn't have, like, even the medical practitioners didn't have like a separate phone line that they could call with their concerns. So that was surprising. I was like, you guys are really calling the same phone line that I am. And it wasn't until I was like, hang on, what number are you calling? That they were like, oh, like, you know, you should be calling this number. This is the one I have. I'm like, we did not get that piece of paper when we went and got tested like the day before. So it was just, this complete and utter shambles. Like, I was actually kind of embarrassed, like, that things in Australia are that disorganized. Not really the kind of thing you want happening when there's a global pandemic on it. It's just not a good show. So yeah, so like then I spent, I think, the next 2 hours that day calling the new number, which still had the same result of like actually hanging up on you when there were like too many calls. I don't know what phone system they're using, but they need a better one. Anyway, I finally got through to like a human, and they were just like, oh yeah, like your results, they're stuck in a data entry queue. I'm just like, hey, what? Like, so I have results, like, or you don't know if I have results or not, like, but you can't tell me anything, because all you can tell me is that like there's a data entry queue somewhere, and that's where your samples are, and that's why I don't have the text about my result. I'm just like, this is ridiculous. Like how many people are they paying to do data entry on manually submitted forms that are handwritten, that would just, like, I'm just like, this is just completely unnecessary. It is so unnecessary. Like, if you guys had just designed the process properly in the first place, like you wouldn't have had to do that step at all. Like, it is just completely a waste, a huge waste of time. Like, just I don't get it. I don't get who was in charge of that process, and why they thought a printed form would be a great idea. I'm just like, there is so much risk in doing handwritten forms when you're relying on reliable data entry. Like, that's just the worst idea in the world. But anyway, that's how I know I do not have COVID, because I did actually go and get tested like recently, and since Sydney has been in complete and utter lockdown, I have literally not left the house. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've left the house in the last 2 weeks. All of them would have had to be would have been to do with picking up and dropping off from daycare. I took the rubbish out once, and I also did groceries twice. Like, that's it. And every single one of those times was just like in and out, with a list. Like, so I like, just, I have been avoiding everybody like the plague, because we have a literal plague on at the minute. I don't know. Is COVID actually classified as a plague? Was the plague a virus? I don't actually know, not being a history student, but I feel like we have gotten to the point where it feels like it feels like how people would have felt about the plague, except obviously they had like way more casualties than we have right now. Because actually, I don't know, like, I really should ask somebody who would know, like, how does COVID Delta actually compare to, you know, the plague? Because to be honest, like, I feel like we've had we've had a fair few like pandemic virus related scares recently. Or at least it feels like you know, when you step back, you just kind of like, you know what, like one is kind of happening every like 3 years or so. Is that fair to say? Because like if you think back to the one before it, it would have been Ebola, right? And then before Ebola, there was what was before Ebola? Sorry, no. Was it Ebola and then Zika? There was Zika, there was Ebola, there was SARS, there was Mad Cow before that. I'm just like, there's one happening like every few years. Like this is just kind of getting worse, not better. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just like now that I'm older, I'm like noticing this stuff more. But I feel like when I was growing up, I was not as cognizant of like massive global pandemic events like the one we're seeing today. Um, yeah, like I just the only one I kind of really remember like sticking out was SARS, and I feel like that was because I was a lot older as a kid then, and so I kind of like knew that it was a big deal. And also because I remember like what was hot at the time. I think like everyone was on MSN Messenger, and somebody, I don't know who it was, somebody was sending around a photoshopped screenshot of all of the MSN Messenger emojis at the time, and they had put like face masks over all of them, which I thought as a kid was hilarious at the time, and it is way less funny now because I think those face mask emojis have now been like incorporated into like the mainstream emojis, which is just kind of like a really scary thought. Like I'm kind of sitting here thinking like, you know, even post COVID, right? Like assuming that we can get enough of the world vaccinated against COVID, and you know we can kind of have some level of normalcy. I'm just like I don't know if like masks are just gonna kind of become like the new thing that you put on when you go out, like even without any health orders or government orders, because it's just like just literally looking back at the last 10 years, I'm like it feels like a kind of pandemic thing like has been happening every couple of years. It's just not good, very very not good. Yeah, in fact, I think like even before COVID, I remember traveling back to Hong Kong and in Japan, and like people just like wear face masks as like a default thing, and it's not a bad thing, I suppose. Though I think it would only protect you from airborne. Was it airborne and well, what are the other vectors? You've got insect, you've got like insect or parasite, vermin vectors, air transmissible through liquid, air, moisture, that kind of thing. It wouldn't like masks wouldn't protect you from everything. Like if you had like carriers or something, but like it would actually protect you against most diseases, and you know presumably the common cold as well, which and just like flus, which also just generally suck to have. Like my cousin actually had COVID. He's in Canada, and he was telling me that COVID was actually for him because he didn't have Delta. He had one of the earlier variants. I don't know exactly which one, but he was saying like he's had flus that were worse than COVID. So, you know, good for him at the time. I don't think we're going to be so lucky with the Delta variants now. Like it seems like it's being pretty rough on everybody. All right. We are done with page. I don't even know what page this is on. And technically I was going to like log off at this time, but I'm really, really close. I hate finishing like when I'm like this close. So look at this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we have 8 pages to go, so it's okay. We're gonna push through this. I'm gonna keep going until at least I finish this, and then I will probably log off and go get food because it is like 1 p.m. here, so I am pretty hungry. But I do wanna finish this because I do wanna just like be able to log off this live stream and just be like, this is done. I don't have to think about redoing this again because I would just like to not have to do this again. Of course, I literally will have to do this again when I get to doing my second book, but at least it'll be doing it for the first time. And I won't have done all of this in Procreate already and like wasted a whole bunch of time doing that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure if drawing all these text frames every single time is like more efficient than me just copying pasting it, but we'll go with it. Where are we? This is one of the times where I'm just like, it would just be so nice to have better hotkeys for this. What have I done? I've done something. There we go. I fixed that. No, the layout on that's kind of weird. Yeah, maybe that. Okay. There we go. I can definitely say that this is really not my favorite part of the job. I really wish I could do away with this part altogether because I would just love to not have to do this. And yes, I know like you can outsource it to somebody, but like I am very risk adverse, and until I get better at marketing my book and I know that I can recoup the investment on paying somebody else to do the layout of my book, I'm just gonna keep on doing this because yeah, like I don't think a book layout would come cheap because this is extremely fiddly work. It might be more straightforward if I was not doing like a bilingual book because you know you would just have the one set of text to deal with here, but I've got, you know, 3 sets of text to deal with because I've got the Chinese text, I've got the English text, and I've also got the Yuping romanization. And I feel like if I paid somebody to format my book for me, I would probably be paying like 3 times the price because it is literally like 3 times the work to lay this out compared to you know, just like a plain English children's picture book. Okay, where is this? And thank goodness for styles. I think I would be driving myself mental if I had not set up these styles properly, so glad we did that. Okay. Also regrets working on the server because the server is extremely slow and I am actually pretty fortunate it has not crashed on me, which sometimes it likes to, and I'm getting pins and needles in my legs, so I'm just gonna don't mind me while I shift for a second without disturbing my cat, who is now taking up like all of the leg room underneath this little like table thing here. Okay, where are we? Page 22 to 23. Yes. Yeah, so the reason I am working on my couch today is basically because I sold my desk. The desk was really not working out for me, so I was like, I need to get something else because it was just like things were just not in the right place, and I don't actually have a lot of space in the. Oh, sorry, buddy, who are you moving? The cat has decided to leave me, I guess. Goodbye. The apartment's kind of small. So I don't have a lot of space. So one thing I've always wanted to do with my desk is to actually fit my piano keyboard like underneath, or like somehow integrate it into my desk. The problem is like my keyboard is a full size keyboard, like so it's there's 88 keys, like the same as you would find on an actual piano. And that means it is pretty long. Like it is 1.3, it's over 1.3 meters long. And the standard desk size in Australia anyway is apparently 120 centimeters, so 1.2 meters long, which becomes really annoying because like you can't like I can't put the keyboard on the desk because then like you would have these overhangs on the edges, and even if I could, right, like even if I could kind of shove it on the desk, like there's then not enough room for everything else around it. And then there's also not it's also not great. Like usually when you're playing piano, you're kind of used to the keys being at a certain height relative to your hand position and how you're sitting and stuff like that. So like like having the keyboard on top of the desk is not a great solution. So what most musicians do is you have like a studio desk where the keyboard sits like underneath, like on the keyboard tray, where most other people like put the keyboard tray for their computers. But yeah, like oops, what did I do? That was not great. This is why I'm just kind of like I feel like it would be better if like I didn't hand draw these text boxes because like you know, this happens and it kind of gets all spaced inconsistently vertically. Oh, whatever, whatever. We're just gonna get this done. Literally, I don't think anybody is going to care about this as much as me, except maybe if you are a book designer and you're sitting there and you're just like completely horrified at how I'm spacing and laying out the text and all of this stuff. In which case, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the offenses against book formatting that I'm committing here. But I just kind of need to keep my sanity right now. You know what? On this page, I think I'm gonna. I will try and center this on this page because I can. It doesn't look so bad. Where is my Chinese text? Here. But yeah, for the most part, I'm a bit like whatever works and just gets things done. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna do that way. Because like every minute I spend on this is another minute that I am not working on the next book, which I'm kind of like really panicking about right now, to be honest, because I wanted to have the next book done in time for September. And more specifically, I really wanted to have the book done so that I could send it out for beta reads like this month, which is not going to happen, guys. It is just not going to happen because I am like still illustrating the book because like I did not factor into the plan that I don't get to work on the book every day now that I have a book out, like that I need to keep marketing. So yeah, like that plan that I made in my video a couple of weeks ago about like mistakes I made as a brand new author that I didn't want to make again, like 3-month publication timeline. Yeah, not feasible for me when I like literally am still figuring out what I am doing with my marketing strategy and building an audience platform and all of that stuff. Maybe someone who was smarter, who had batched up all of their marketing, would actually be able to do it. And in fact, that is probably what I would recommend doing if you're gonna, you know, do this. Because like not having all my marketing batched up means I am like constantly trying to go and get content for marketing like every single day almost, or a week. Like at the minute it's just really every single week because I do try to kind of batch it on the days on just like 1 or 2 days a week, so I just don't have to constantly be doing marketing stuff every day because that like I can't get into the flow of anything if I did that. But like it is still really mentally draining, like just to be constantly thinking of like, oh, what am I gonna post on Instagram today? Definitely another like not so favorite part of the self-publishing author's job for me again. Like, I feel like I'm saying that there's like a lot of aspects of this job that I don't like. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I actually love being a self-published author way more in comparison to what I was doing before as an auditor at a big four firm, because like that was just that was like actually that was actually agony. Okay, like I had to hit all the same kinds of like deadlines in terms of like reasonableness and feasibility and all of that stuff, but like I had none of the control, none of the all of the responsibility, and not much of the credit, and it was just like it was just oh, it was not a happy time for me. But like like this self-publishing thing, like it's not easy, like and like I kind of think about like, okay, there are so many people who kind of think self-publishing is like this really easy thing, and I don't exactly know what they kind of think it involves. Like, do they just think you just like sit there and write a book and just like brain vomit some words onto a page in Microsoft Word and then throw it up on Amazon? Like, I don't know, maybe some people think that, but it's just like so much work goes into all of this, and beyond, like, and that's when you're just talking about like writing the book, like, and beyond writing the book, there's so much work that goes into the marketing of a book, the distribution, and all of that stuff that I feel like is not, it's not very visible to somebody if if you don't know anyone in the industry, or you've never like done a lot of research into the industry yourself. Like, you just kind of take it for granted that it all happens. And so I feel like that's the number one reason why a lot of people who are new to self-publishing kind of get like, I don't know what you call it, like shock, really, that they're just like, oh, it's like, wow, like this is all so hard, like there's so much stuff involved. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff involved, like that's why there's a whole industry built around publishing, and that's why publishers have kind of been like their own separate thing in the entire supply chain of publishing for so long. It's because like this is a whole lot of work. Like, this is really, really a lot of work to do, and like it is really hard to be good at every single aspect of a supply chain. Like, one person only has so much time to devote to getting good at every single one of these things. So yeah, like, publishing is hard. Self-publishing is hard. It's all hard. Why the heck did I not center the text on that page? I don't know. That looks really weird to me now. I'm just going to copy. No, you know what? I'm going to copy this bit. Should I? No, it's a couplet. Where do I have another couplet? You know what? I'm just going to steal it from this page that I just did. It's not exactly ideal, but that's fine. Better than copying something else. So we'll just move this down to here, I guess. Yeah, I'm pretty sure somewhere out there, book formatter is watching this and just like screaming in horror at what I'm doing. If you'd like to roast me, please feel free to do a react video roasting me. I promise I won't be mad or anything. I would like to get better at this too. Oh, and hopefully this is just because like I have not updated the Chinese text here and I've just like laid it out. Yeah, I was not a fan of how I split this out originally, but I did not really think about like Chinese punctuation when I wrote this. I just kind of like did it as I would like speak it, and it's just Yeah, I don't know about how like visually pleasing this is on the page. It probably looks a bit weird. And this is like one of the pages where I feel like you can really see um why I'm just like punctuation looks weird in a kid's book when you kind of like do it this way on a line by line basis because um even like if you're following the proper punctuation rules or whatever, like it just looks off. Like I don't know why. Like just visually something just kind of doesn't look right. Is it because I've picked a font where like you don't have smart quotes? Like maybe like if I had smart quotes it would look better. Um like this font doesn't. It just has like these straight quotes which are not as pretty. But yeah, I don't know. Like it looks kind of weird. But then like this page, if you kind of like do it without like it just I don't know. It doesn't look right either. Like I think with when you have dialogue in a book, like you do need to punctuate that. Otherwise it kind of like then it's not dialogue, which is a bit weird. Or at least it's not obvious as dialogue. I should actually look at. I feel like I should actually look at what Dr. Seuss did with the Cat in the Hat. I'm pretty sure he punctuates that with dialogue. Like, why would he not? Yeah, I don't know. And for the most part, um, this is okay. Like, it's okay. I will deal with it. It's okay. All right, here we go. Oh, we're almost there. We are almost there. This is like literally the second last spread, so we are getting there. We are getting there, and then this will be done, and we can kind of move on with doing other stuff, which I ideally would love to. Um, and this is why I'm just like, try not to have revisions in your books because revisions just take a really long time. Like, I honestly was hoping I could knock this out in an hour, and I don't know, maybe an hour is possible if you were like if you had like all your scripts set up and all your automated steps done and all your templates and things laid out. Like for sure if I had actually laid out all of this text in uh Scribus in the first place, I literally could have just gone in here and updated the text by itself instead of doing the thing that um I'm doing right now, which is laying out all the text for the first time, like as if for the first time. Again, which is not great. See, I'm not sure how I feel about this punctuation now. Like, the fact that the punctuation on the second line of text has made like all the characters kind of like slightly not align with each other like that. It is driving me. It is driving me mad. I don't like it. Just gonna shift that slightly. I might do that. I might just shift that in very slightly at the top, just so you know the characters kind of align with each other. If anyone who is like a book formatter, but like for Chinese books, and you know what I should be doing here instead, let me know in the comments because I do not know what I'm doing here. I'm just literally doing things like that look good to me, which may or may not be the right way to do it from a book formatting perspective. And like here's another thing that I'm just kind of like I was stupid when I did this illustration because really I left like way too much space at the bottom here. And so like this English text kind of looks weird sitting by itself down here, and I don't actually have enough room to put the Chinese text and the English text together. Like I could if the Chinese text was all kind of on one line and then I had the romanization underneath, but I don't want to do that because I kind of like having the couplets together like this because then the rhymes are actually a bit more apparent when you read it like this. And so I'm just like, oh, like Deb, fail, like fail, fail, fail. This looks really weird, but that's fine. That's fine. It is okay. Nobody dies from this mistake. It just means it doesn't look quite as pretty, and I will get this right for book two, hopefully, um, because yeah, like book one, I just kind of like I just need to own the mistake and move on. Quite frankly, otherwise, like we would not get anything done. So hang on a second. What am I doing here? So something I've done on the text for this page is what is it? Yeah, I know. I've split the English text over 4 lines instead because the English text got very, very long. So, okay, here we go. Here we go. We are almost there. We are so close. So close that I have started thinking about lunch. I don't really have anything exciting for lunch because I just have leftovers, really. But I am hungry, so I'm getting to that point where like my brain is just like food, food, feed me. Um, so yeah, like I definitely know I'm gonna be hitting an energy wall in about probably half an hour, I would say. So I really hope I get this done in the next half hour because if we get to 2 o'clock and I still haven't eaten, I'm going to be extremely, extremely hangry. And that is just not good. It's not fun. Okay, but that's okay. We are almost there. We are literally almost there. We are just gonna copy in these last things. And then we can call it done. And then I will never have to reformat and relay out the book one ever again, which will be fantastic. Oh, what did I do that? Okay. Yeah. Scribus does not like that. Whenever I do that. I don't know why. It's like it takes particular points in time to be offended by like when I've accidentally done something and then I hit undo. All right. Okay, it's back. Let's just pick up the right side of the page for this, which is this one. Okay. All right. And then we're going to go in here and fix this text. How did I space this, by the way? Oh, that's what I did. Okay. Oh, if you're noticing on screen how like the color in the ebook is like way more vivid than the color in here, it is because on the ebook, like this is an RGB, and then in Scribus here, it is actually showing the it is using CMYK, which is what the printers actually print in because you can't actually print anything in RGB. So that's why there's always going to be like a bit of a color difference on the screen to what you see. I don't like some people say that you should do all your illustrations in CMYK as well, just so like you don't have that differential between like what you see as you're illustrating and what you're actually going to get when you're printing. I don't know, like I've seen some other illustrators talk about like how, to be honest, like you should really, because like so much of the art is gonna be consumed digitally with like ads and stuff and also ebooks and things like that. A lot of them are like, well, you know, you should do it all in RGB so you can get like the full spectrum of colors that are available on RGB. And then what you should do for anything print, like especially if print's not going to be a huge thing for you, is you should just go the extra step of doing like a color correction or color adjustments for print, like when you get to that point. So yeah, like that's kind of interesting. Wow, I don't know what happened to that bit of punctuation there. Like, why is that messed up? Oh, that's really weird. So there's that, which is fine. But then this ending punctuation mark, should be this was not spaced correctly. Why is that? Oh, okay, that is really weird. Why is it doing that? It did not do that in Procreate. That is interesting. Am I not meant to have a full stop after that then? Like, is that Scribus's way of telling me that when I have quotes I should not have this space in there? I don't know. Wow, that's kind of massively weird, and it's a thing that I don't really have the time or inclination to investigate right now, so I'm just gonna manually insert the space in here, I guess. Maybe, oh, I don't know what to do. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that, like, and at least kind of keep it consistent to last time. Maybe it looks super weird, I don't know. Can I just change like this one character to like, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, it's so weird. Like, okay, so here's the thing. Like, so you can see this full stop, this Chinese full stop is clearly taking up the whole width of a character, which it should be because that's how we punctuate. But then if I get rid of this little space, like it just tucks it in. That's so weird. I don't recall ever seeing that. That is really, really weird. Do I have a Chinese book that I can grab? I think I do. I think I have one on the shelf behind me. Hang on one sec. Alright, so this is a Chinese book from, like, I don't know, the 80s or whatever. How are they punctuating this? Like, do you not punctuate full stops and so? No, you do. You do. Like, you clearly do punctuate. Yeah, no, like, so you guys will totally not be able to see this, but like here there is definitely a full stop which has a full punctuated thing, which does not do this weird like tucked in thing there. So I'm just gonna say that I was right. Scribus is wrong. Don't know why Scribus is doing that. You know what? Maybe it's not Scribus. It could be like because of the way this font was designed, which is really weird because like Noto Sans is a Google font, which is designed by Google to be like open source and basically used everywhere on the internet. And this is specifically the Hong Kong version. So someone somewhere in like some point, maybe the typography rules in Hong Kong like changed on what you're meant to be doing. Like, I don't know. I legit don't know. Whatever. It looks weird to me, so I'm not gonna do it that way. I'm just gonna do it in a way that looks good to me. And now I need to grab some layouts. I'm just gonna grab this one, which look good to me. And I'm gonna jump back down here. Lessons I have learned in Scribus. Never, ever, ever try to scroll through the pages using your mouse because it will, like, you know, do crazy things and scroll around uncontrollably. So always, always, always use your use that little page navigation bar because I have found that to be way less temperamental than trying to scroll around using the mouse. Like it just Scribus just does not play well with scrolling around on the mouse. I don't know if it's the fact that I'm using like an Apple mouse and it's like, you know, touch sensitive and whatever. Maybe you do a lot better if you have like one with an actual scroll wheel, you know, and not this like whatever the thing that Apple does to make the top of the mouse like a trackpad without it being touch sensitive, without it, you know, having a scroll wheel. Sorry, but like Scribus is not a fan of whatever it is. It does not like it. Oh, come on, Scribus, we're almost there. I would like to be able to finish this like before 1:45. That would be my goal. Finish this in the next 13 minutes. Like, oh, we can do it. We can do it. All right, come on. Okay, now I just need to space this. And a part of me is already screaming at me to be like, go back and like, you know, fix the spacing on this on your first page, because like this was most definitely not how you space the text on the first page. And the other part of me is like, blah, no, I don't wanna go back and do that page. I just wanna call it done and like move on. And of course the next step is gonna be like actually uploading this to IngramSpark just to check that like I haven't screwed anything up margin wise while I'm doing this, because of course I was dumb and didn't set, oh no, you know what, I was not dumb, I did set up my guides, because I'm pretty sure if you deleted one of these images you would actually see my guides like underneath here. I'm pretty sure I did do my guides, but for whatever reason, and this may or may not be a configuration in Scribus that you can change that I have not learned how to change yet. You can't see the guides through any images, which of course means when you're doing a picture book and you've put your full page interior art in there, your images, like when you want them to be printed nicely, you have to do them like with bleed, so you print it right to the edge of the page. And so because I've got images like going to the full bleed, I cannot see my guides in here anymore, like, because yeah, I'm pretty sure when we go to the next page you will actually see that I did in fact do my guides. I just haven't figured out how like you can see the guides on top of the images, which in my head I'm just like, why Scribus? Like you can see like on the screen here, like there's this like red line which indicates to me like where that bleed is, but it doesn't show you the blue lines on the guides, which is like where the actual margin is, which is where IngramSpark and KDP will get very pissed off at you if you have anything like inside the margin. Did I get my measurements wrong? Maybe it was like 13. No, you know what? IngramSpark actually has margins of 13 mil, I think, not 16. I just keep thinking 16 because like I keep adding like the bleed in there. Oh my gosh, like trying to get my head around trim and bleed and all of that in the first place was confusing as all hell, because like it was just none of the guides actually explain it really well. No, okay, you know what, that's probably a little unfair to KDP, because in their defense, the KDP guide is actually really clear. If you read the KDP help files, they actually have pictures that go along and like, you know, tell you where everything is, whereas IngramSpark literally in their file creation guide, they just give you like a massive table, and then there are like some pictures, but like it's just like, for whatever reason, the IngramSpark guide for me was just a lot harder to interpret as to what exactly I was supposed to do than the KDP one. And so like for me, I actually started laying out my book on IngramSpark first, because I wanted to get pre-orders up. And then like after that, I was like, okay, maybe I should figure out how to do a KDP paperback now. And then I was like, oh, this is so much easier. Like, you know, I kind of get what I'm doing now. Like, why can't the IngramSpark interface be this easy? And a lot of people are just like, you know, well, IngramSpark, like they're really, you know, like they're really not going after like the same market as KDP. Like they're really just like a printing a printer that has opened up like this arm of its business to cater to the self-publishing market, but you know they're like an industry, like they're kind of like a B2B company in the sense that like in their big in like their main printing distribution arm, like they're really used to working with, you know, like professional publishers, like traditional publishers, and so they expect or at least like their expectation, like the standard that they set is like, look, if you want to use our distribution network, if you want to use us to print, then you know you got to learn the industry practices and stuff. And they're not exactly bending over backwards to compete with Amazon on like the easy to use UI thing, because like most people who are publishing on IngramSpark are not publishing on IngramSpark because it's easy to publish on IngramSpark. They're publishing on IngramSpark because IngramSpark actually has the distribution network to get your book into book and mortar stores. Although like, I mean, it's not like they don't have book builders. Like they do have a book builder tool, but like the book builder is limited in some ways. So for example, like this particular trim size that I'm doing, which is 8 by 8 inches, like is not offered on the book builder. They will do 8.5, but they will not do 8 on the book builder. So yeah, I could not have used the book builder for this to do this. Okay, all right, we have updated all the image files and we are now onto this page where I promise all of the weird PDF stuff I was doing makes sense. And like I said, you can actually see that I do have my margin guides inside this page. Like that's what these blue lines are. That's the margins. So, this is the reason, this page is the entire reason why I was just like, I don't want to do text in Scribus. Because I was just like, this text like looks like a gigantic pain in the ass to try and do in Scribus. And sorry, like, come on, don't scroll around Scribus. Don't let me put you off using Scribus, by the way, because like Scribus is actually great. I'm pretty sure like most of my issues with it are probably user error because I have not read the manual cover to cover yet, which is a thing I usually do when I'm using software. Usually if I cannot figure out what I'm doing, I'm just like, okay, like time to read the manual cover to cover, because usually people like software developers are quite good at, you know, documenting how to use their software in the manual. Come on, import. I need to oh no, sorry, not import. That's right, it's not doing it. Okay, so I need to how did I do this last time? Insert. Was it insert file? PDF options. No, convert to. No, I'm pretty sure last time. Get vector file. Yes, this is what I did last time. Okay, so I promise this will all make sense for why I was doing the text that way. Source files. So we're going to go in here and we're going to pick up this. And then Scribus is just going to have a bit of a heart attack for a minute as it processes the PDF. Which hopefully showing up somewhere. Unless I have forgotten him. No, okay. Here you go. It's processing. Alright, here we go. Oh, that did not take as long as it did before. Okay, so oh no, okay, no, it's still thinking. Okay, so this is kind of like the most painful part of this process because it is just like gonna be jumping around. So here is my PDF that I have done, and as you have noticed, it has imported at like kind of like this smaller resolution than print, because probably because my pages document or whatever, like I didn't have it properly set to the right resolutions or thingamajiggies or, you know, whatever. So that is definitely one of the things I'm gonna try and think about fixing for book 2, because I would like to not have to do this fiddly thing with it again. I've just messed up the resizing of this, by the way. So undo. Oh my goodness, I'm losing it. I'm losing it, guys. I'm really hungry. It's like 1:41 and I'm like starving. Okay, so content properties. Content properties, which is what I should have done, because when you're resizing stuff in Scribus, try not to do it using the mouse. Like, bad idea. Content properties is better, or the properties, one of the two. God. Come on. Come on, Scribus. Oh, we're almost there. We're so close. Oh, we're so close. Okay. Group clips. Okay. That's why. Oh, okay. Okay. So what Scribus has actually done, right, to explain why it is like semi-choking on this, is it has imported the entire PDF as far as I can tell, as like vector paths. I think that's what it's done. So every single character there right now, it's like imported it as a vector image. I'm not really sure why it has done this. I'm not really sure why, as a program that can export PDFs, it has not just imported my PDF and just gone, oh, like there's text layout information in here from Pages, and just like imported all of that information as properly formatted text objects. Like I don't know why. I don't know why it has done that. But we are gonna go and make this the proper height. There we go. That's a little bit better. Maybe what I can make it 200. Does that work? Yeah, ish. What did I have in my? Yep. I'm gonna make that slightly bigger. I'm just gonna go to full trim size here. And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kind of, whoa! I hate Scribus so much when it comes to moving things around. Chances are I'm just gonna have to undo that move, which, yeah, I definitely do, because it just does not like this. Okay, so I'm just gonna use these little scroll bars so that my screen is not freaking out. And I don't really like the fact that like this kind of goes away. Like, okay, so first thing, after I kind of vaguely get this in the right place, is I'm gonna ungroup this massive object. As far as I can tell, this is a giant vector object. So I'm just gonna ungroup all of that. And in a minute, it's gonna show us all of this grouped as like individual things, which I can then therefore like actually move around. Come on. Does it not think I've, no, it does think I've clicked it, because if I move that mouse, like it's just thinking through and actually ungrouping everything. Okay, so this should be ungrouped. Yep. In which case I can highlight this part and get rid of it, because that's just like the blank white background that has come on through from the PDF that was imported. So there we go. All right, so then now that this is roughly in position, what I did was I basically just kind of moved things around vaguely to the right position. So that one thing that I don't understand why it has done this, because in Pages like this was two separate things. So I feel like maybe Pages just grouped like the headers together, or like headings, because I kind of set that up as like a heading thing in Pages. So it's grouped my two headings together, and I actually want the English one to be on the right hand side. So we're just gonna ungroup that. And to be honest, like the way that it's laid out on the page is not too horrible right now. I probably just need to nudge all of the text up a tiny bit and over to the left to get that bit outside, inside the margin. So it is okay. So now I'm just gonna select this bit on its own. And I have to hold down the mouse for a very long time because it's really thinking about what I'm selecting. Select. I do not think the fact that I'm working off the server is helping. This would probably be way faster if I did this. Oh, yeah. And of course, I've got to ungroup that second line as well. Oh, agony. This is agony. I do agree with Daniel Green on that point. Self-publishing is pain. This is very painful right now. Not my favorite thing to be doing. Oh, come on, ungroup. Group, we're so close. I would like to be done by 2 o'clock. Whether or not we're done by 2, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to end the stream at 2, guys, because I'm just like, I legit need food. I like, my brain is just shutting down completely right now. It just does not want to keep dealing with Scribus, with laying this out. Come on, ungroup. You can do it. Yay, okay. So it has literally ungrouped all of this as like individual vector objects as far as I can tell. Okay, so let's try selecting this again. Moments like these, I'm like, Deb, do you really think it would be that painful to try and just lay this all out as text in Scribus? Like, maybe it wouldn't be so... Oh, frick. I right-clicked and it just ungripped it. Unless it actually had it all still grouped and, like, I've just, you know, messed it up by clicking outside of it. We won't know until Scribus kind of catches up with what I'm doing right now. Oh, come on. No, I've messed it. I've messed it up. Oh, my goodness. It is really nice and sunny outside, and I just kind of wish I could go outside. Normally, what I would do is I would be like, okay, let's go and take my lunch out outside and like sit in the park or something and eat and just kind of like get some vitamin D and fresh air. I'm not actually sure if I'm allowed to do that. In Sydney lockdown situation, because I think like that would actually be violating the health order. Okay, I am too scared to click anything, so I'm just gonna go up here and click group. Oh, right, and nice to know that's the keyboard shortcut. Okay, so I'm just gonna move that over here. I'm just gonna put it right on the margin. And then we're going to come here and select this bit. Come on. Okay, group. And we're just going to put this one right on the margin. And now these parts. Okay, so we're just going to select all of this text here. And I think hopefully this is all still kind of kept in paragraphs together, because I have not yeah, this is one gigantic block right now. Oh no, did I want to do that? Did I want to ungroup it? Maybe not. You know what, I'm just gonna, while this is all still selected, I'm just gonna nudge it over and just like try and get that text on the right inside the margin. Okay, look at that, it all fits. All right, go up. Oh no, there's a lag, I've gone over it. Okay, I'm just gonna stop pressing keys at the minute because this is like going way too far. Oh, come on, Scribus. Come on. I am like 65% sure that if I was doing this in InDesign, it would probably not be lagging this bad. Maybe this is like one of the reasons for upgrading to InDesign, but then on the other hand, I don't think you can buy InDesign standalone anymore. I think you actually have to pay for a perpetual license on it. Like, so no, sorry, you have to now pay for it monthly, because Adobe has gone to the SaaS model with a lot of their stuff, and I'm just like, I am not a fan of paying on a SaaS basis, really, if for something like this where I literally know that I am not a power user, so like when they do upgrades and stuff, I'm like, not gonna use the upgrades. So I'm just like, oh, I just don't feel like in that kind of situation, I would be actually getting my money's worth out of like a SaaS model. Because quite frankly, if Adobe just literally gave me their most basic features, like I would be fine. Hence, I'm using Scribus. Okay. Is it moving? Is it still moving? I don't even know. All right, it's caught up with my key process. I'm just gonna do. Is that all in the margins? One more. One more, maybe. Nope, that's too much. So time to do the shift nudges. Is that I cannot tell like if this is moving at all. You guys probably can't tell either because my screen is like so much bigger than what you guys are seeing here, and if I can't tell, like there's no way you guys can tell. Come on. Come on, Scribus. We're almost there. Okay. I think that's good. Is that good? I think that's good. Yeah, like maybe, yeah, no, maybe that's it. Okay. All right. So now, um, the one other thing that I do is I do kind of like just, I do kind of adjust this bit in the middle a little bit as well, just so it doesn't look as odd. But I'm gonna group all of these words over here first, because I don't want to like accidentally click a mouse or something and then like one of the words goes out of alignment and then I'm just like sitting here spacing around forever like trying to get it to move back into place, because at that point I'm fairly convinced that it would be faster to just like re-import the PDF and just redo what you guys just saw me do. And as you can see, it is not like a quick process for me, because this is just like taking bloody forever. Okay, come on. I just wanna move this up like a little bit. Like not a huge lot. I just kind of want it to sit like a little bit closer to the underneath of there. Like I just kind of want it there. And then I'm just gonna do the same thing on this side. Almost there. 5 minutes to 2. I think we're going to get there. We are not going to get to updating the back matter, which is like the last thing I need to do before we can upload this to IngramSpark. And we are also not going to get to doing the KDP interior, which would involve me going through and changing the paths of all of these images to the KDP directory. Which I would definitely want to save like a separate file for it anyway, because I don't want to be like mixing files, because that's just not good. Wow, okay, that's a little too close. I'm just gonna pop that back down a little bit. I don't need that to be quite that close. Maybe, yeah, maybe there. There is good. All right. And now like these two middle bits like are the bits that I kind of need to adjust a little bit more, just so like they're not sitting as oddly in the middle of the book as everything else. Group. I'm just gonna nudge that inside, making sure that I'm not crossing like this blue line that I can't see because Scribus won't show me the margin lines. Why Scribus? I feel like I should send like a note into them and just be like, can you guys please just like tell me where I can find a feature that will show me margins on top of like images. Like I'm just really like shocked, honestly, that like a persistent display of the margins is not like a thing in this program, because you would have thought that that would kind of be the main thing you would want, like, because you want to make sure everything's within the margins. So you know what, I'm gonna space this relative to this edge, to be honest, just to make sure it's all there. We're almost there, almost there. Come on. Okay. Oh, maybe Scribus is hungry, just as hungry as I am. We're literally almost there. Okay. Just got this, and then we're just gonna update that graphic at the bottom, and then I'm gonna say we are gonna be donesies with this, and then I might try and tackle the rest of it after I get some food. Okay, so just gonna shift that over. That looks good. That looks nice and clean. That's gonna line up with the QR code, which will be nice. Let's go and grab that QR code. Come on. Come on, Scribus. Come on. Alright, so get image. And we're just gonna go up. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not a fan of this particular file open dialog in Scribus as well. Like, it's just not the best menu. But it does work. It's just navigating around to find your files is a bit tricky, and like the long file names are like not helpful as well. And you can't actually change your preferences so that it always opens with files in list view as opposed to like pane view or whatever that view is called, which is a massive pain. Come on. All right, so once it's happy with this, I'm just gonna do a quick squiz and just make sure it is okay, because if it is okay, then I think we are done. I think we have actually fixed and laid out all of our text onto our images properly. So there is now separation of the image and the text, which is great. Which is going to be good. I've not thought about whether I'm gonna do the same thing on the EPUB, which I probably should. I really probably should. But I've just realized that that's gonna involve probably a very painful process to retype all of that into EPUB, and I'm not sure that I'm up for that. So I might, in fact, still just be like, not gonna do that. So we shall see. We shall see if I feel like embarking on another extremely masochistic venture, which at the moment I got to tell you, I'm not feeling it. I'm just literally feeling like, oh my goodness, just like get out, like done, call it done. Why is that thing not grouped? Oh. Okay, it is 2 p.m. and I think after I group this last bit, that is gonna be all our objects done and dusted. So, whew, you know, we did it. Like, we got that. Oh no, you know what? It's because I didn't group that thing. Oh no, see, this is why it's messed up. No, we were so close. We were so close. Okay. No, I can fix this, I think, maybe. Oh, this is so painful. So painful. So, as far as I can tell, is when I was selecting all of that text, I missed selecting that one bit. And so that one little line fell out of alignment with everything else. So, what this means is I'm going to ungroup this, and I am going to select this big group, and I'm going to nudge it back over, which is what I wanted to do anyway. I wanted to nudge this back over so it's kind of, yeah, like that. And then I'm going to click this guy and I'm going to nudge this over to that so it kind of looks more or less lined up. And you know what? For consistency, I should group it with its friends, but I'm not sure that I am mentally ready for that because it is now 2 minutes past 2. I'm starving and we are done. We are done. We are done. We are done. So, yeah, I'm gonna call it a day here. Thank you for joining me on live stream. It's great to have you guys with me. Like, it's very motivating for me to know that we are here getting stuff done together. So, thank you for being here with me and for watching me get this done and enjoying stuff with me. Because oh my goodness, that was painful. Like, I legit don't think I would have done it as quickly as I did without you guys here supporting me. So thank you for that. All right, I am just going to double, triple make sure that has definitely saved, and I'm gonna go get some lunch. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Thanks for coming to get stuff done with me. I will see you on the next live stream, which I'm not sure when that's going to be. I'm not sure if I'm going to do another one this week, but I will definitely be doing another one of these ones same time next week on the Tuesdays for me, or Monday, I think, if you're in the States or in that part of the world. So thank you guys. See you